Hi, everybody, and welcome to Sci-Fi-Vision for December 28th. I am the only one here right now. I'm waiting for Karen and Scarlet to show up. We're having a little bit of, well, what else is new? Technical difficulties, I guess. But welcome, everybody, and thank you if you're joining us. We're planning to talk about all three episodes. Unless we go really, really long, then we might end up breaking it a little different. But the plan is to talk about 5, 6, and 7. Let me add Scarlet. You're going to be in the wrong box. I knew it.
Oh, I can leave. You want?
No, that's okay. That's okay. I can do it. I can fix it really easy. I just got to do that. Wait, maybe not. Maybe I can't do that shit. Anyway, I'll figure it out. I think it's because Karen's not here. It messes it up, and then
Are we having a birthday? Or she just got a Happy New Year hat on?
Yeah, no, I just kind of decorated it because I thought it's close to New Year. Why not?
Yeah.
And I wanted to do something a little different, so they're partying.
You're not live. We're not live right now, are we?
Yeah, we are. I finally went live. I finally went live because the two of you were taking so long. I finally was like, I might as well just start it. So.
Well, I was on the other live with Doug Hughes, TV's Doug Hughes from, and talking about his book, The Poor Player.
Yeah,
over on Don Kaju's channel
tonight. Sorry about that. Why is this not lining up? Yeah, I knew you had that tonight, but I assumed from what you said you were going to be done at 10. So I figured you'd be on your way over. But welcome everybody. Karen will be joining us in a moment, and I know my little dudes are blinking a little bit there. It's going to drive me nuts. But like I was saying,
I like them. They're going to be really drunk by the time this ends.
Yeah, I know, right? I know it's not New Year's yet, but I wanted to do something different. I wanted a different background.
That's cool.
Thanks.
But you got my jingle bells?
Yeah, I think it's a little late for jingle bells. But I hope you and there's Karen and everybody else had a good holiday.
Do you want me to leave and come back in?
No, I think I can swap you once Karen adds herself to the stage.
Okay.
If Karen adds herself to the stage.
If not, I can leave and come back. See,
there we go. Now I can just edit and I can just delete that.
Are you sure?
No, we're good. We're good. Yeah, maybe you better, I guess.
Okay, I'm gonna leave and come back in.
Okay. All right. Let me go back and hey, Karen, sorry about this. This is what happens when we're not all here. There we go. Update. There we go. Yay, all three people. Okay. Hey, Jen. Hey, Justin. Sorry, everybody. As I was trying to say, we're going to, if we can get through all three, we're going to do all three episodes tonight. So that way next week, let me add Scarlet back on. There you go. That way next week, after the final, well, I guess technically it's on this week, but after it airs the finale, we can go ahead and do the finale. And then I guess maybe I thought we were going to do some kind of New Year trivia, but we have to figure out what day works. If you can't do Tuesday, which was my plan, so yeah.
Uh-oh.
So I'll just say everybody.
We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I'll just say everybody, make sure you join our Discord if you haven't already, and I'll post the date whenever we are going to do it. But it'll be sometime this week before New Year's. We'll do some kind of New Year's trivia party as long as we can all get there. All right. Well, did you guys have a good holiday?
Yeah, I had a pretty good holiday. I've been sick on my 2-week break as a teacher, and I haven't enjoyed that, but I have been trying to enjoy some small things like hiking outside. I don't really want to spread it around, but me and my boyfriend hiked. Michigan's really interesting weather right now. It's like icy and muddy at the same time, and today there was thunderstorms, so it's really interesting hiking through any nature trails.
Yeah, I told you though. I'm sorry you were sick, but I told you I think you somehow made me sick through the internet.
I don't think that's possible, Jamie.
No, I know that, Scarlet. But no, I was really, really sick Christmas Eve, and then I was fine. So whatever it was like a 24-hour bug, I guess.
Christmas blues.
Yeah, it was not fun. Who else is here? Let's see. Fletcher, hey, Joseph, hi guys, hi everybody. Karen there's Karen, yay!
Hey.
Hi. Hi. All right. So, how was your holiday, Karen? Hopefully you weren't sick was
good.
Us.
It was busy. I wasn't sick, but I was busy. We hosted Christmas at our house, and so there was a lot of work to do. And my dad is elderly, and I have only can only lift like 5 pounds with this hand. So
that was fun, I'm sure.
So I had a lot of people helping us. I was like, here, can you set the table? Here, can you lift the ham? Here, can you, So, today I think is my last chance to wear my Christmas sweater before I pack it up and put it away for a year, right? So wearing my Christmas tree sweater one last time. So yeah. And now it's back to work on Monday.
Yeah.
Whereas I'm celebrating the 12 days of Christmas because I can.
Yeah. Well, we still have
work.
New Year's at least. We still have New Year's at least, but yeah, it's the holidays.
You have all of them, Jamie. You've got like Snow Day and St. Stephen's Day and Boxing Day and Epiphany.
Well, Boxing
Day. I have
Day's
a book
gone.
that explains them all to you.
Yeah. Well, Boxing Day is gone, but yeah, we still got some left.
Snow Days, Children's Day. There's one that called Children's Day. I can go on.
Unfortunately, though, you gotta start going back to work. But at least it's still a little bit of a holiday.
Yep.
But like I said, to everybody, we'll figure out. Hey, Lulu, we'll figure out, what we're gonna do for New Year's if we do a trivia thing or whatever. So everybody can just stay tuned for that.
Yeah, you guys should do it. I'm no good for the 30th, but you guys should do it. Or actually, if you do late night on the 30th, I might be back by then.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, but I don't know if that's going to work with Scarlet. So we're talking about it. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out off air, and we'll let everybody know. All right.
Well, let's hit the Demogorgon Diaries.
Yeah. Thanks, Jen. I'm glad you like it. I see. Let's see. Fletcher's talking about the writing on this.
Yeah, let's hold them until we can.
Yeah. We'll get a little bit further, and then we'll bring in.
There's 3 so far. Good comments in the chat. We'll get to them as we go along.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, do you want to talk about Justin's first? Because that's kind of something that otherwise we're not going to get to till we're completely done, and then we're not going to. So I was just going to say, asking about, do we think that Hopper will make it to the finale without dying or being killed? Thanks, Justin. I said before, I think if anybody is going to die, it's going to be Hopper. I hope not, but that's what I think.
I feel that the connection between Joyce and Hopper has really been underplayed or diminished in this season. Like, when they met, it was kind of, well, they won't they? Then they finally were together, really. And I feel like they're back in the friend zone a little bit. I mean, they're more than friends, but I feel like the romantic connection is not written. I don't know whether it's on purpose or not, that I feel it's not written strong. It doesn't mean that I don't agree with Justin, that I like them together and would like to see them make it. But to me, it feels a little downplayed this season, or a little like, are they still together? Are they friends? Like, what do you guys think? How are you seeing it?
I tend to think that it's just they didn't give them enough time this season. There's been so much other stuff going on this season that they haven't had time for the relationship. I think that I kind of hate to say it because I wouldn't want to wait even longer, but I think that this last season maybe could have been broken up and been 2 seasons or 1.5 or something, just because it's like there's so much like all of a sudden, and I know they're trying to wrap it up and everything, but I don't know. It feels like there's a lot.
Do you not think their relationship should have grown stronger during the time jump in between the last season and this season, even if it's only a period of months? Yeah. After what they've been through? I don't know. Scarlet, what do you think of those 2?
Yeah, I think so. I think you're right. And I also think that Jamie's right, because they introduced a whole bunch of like minor characters like Holly and stuff, and are trying to tell their story. And then they're trying to tell all this other stuff. And it's a lot.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't want to wait another 3 years for more. So I'm kind of, as much as I really like,
you don't want to wait until these actors are in their 40s to get that final season.
No, I think I'm kind of over it. But I think that maybe, at least to me, that's why I feel like it isn't in there. I'm guessing it was just a lack of time more than anything else, because they're still supposed to be together. I mean, I thought that was pretty clear. You just don't get to see it, I guess, as much.
Like they're already like boring, like your parents. Not like your parents, like everyone's parents who just
No,
they've
that's
been married forever and they don't, you don't
Yeah,
see us.
I mean, let's be honest. I read somewhere, which I think is true, that Holly had more screen time than most of the kids so far this season.
Yeah.
I think it's
she's the star of the season by
yeah.
far.
And which annoys me. Look, I really like Holly. Although the whole age thing we've discussed, I don't dislike the character. I don't dislike the actress, but the show that I signed up to watch was not about Holly. It was about the other kids.
Mhm.
So if they're going to put that much of her in it, I feel like they really need to lengthen it. I guess they needed more episodes or something. I don't know. Maybe if they had
I really liked Hallie and Derek, like the ones that introduced new characters. I really like them a lot. So
I mean, yeah, I like them too. I just don't think, I feel like there's so much going on. They could have split it different. That's why I said maybe if there was like 10 episodes, maybe instead of 7, it would have worked a little better.
So we're wandering a little. While we're on Justin's question about Hopper and Joyce, Jamie said that she thinks Hopper, if anyone dies, it's Hopper. And Lulu says, I think Hopper will live. He's too eager to sacrifice himself, which I guess is the giveaway that he won't be sacrificed, right?
Yeah. After seeing these episodes, I guess that's a good point. Yeah. But before watching these episodes, I definitely
and wait. Sorry. Come on, stay on topic. Don't do that. Fletch doesn't think we'll get major deaths. Maybe the people with powers, but besides that, there won't be major deaths, he thinks. I mean, I think I kind of agree. I think Callie definitely dies, and she's a gigantic bitch, much more than she used to be. So definitely nobody would care if she dies. I mean, if there's a major death, my money's on Will.
Oh, really? Yeah. Okay, that's interesting.
I kind of feel like because I'm sorry, Karen. I kind of feel it because just because of things that happened in the last episode, like the reveal. Well, not really a reveal, but the confession. I don't know.
Well, I mean, there's the whole.
Characters always reveal everything about themselves right before they go into the fire.
I mean, that's true. And if this, I know they're not making it a true 80s show, but kill your gays is a trope for a reason, right? That the gay character in definitely. I mean, that's a real thing. And I see Will as really this whole the whole show from the beginning. Now you can see Will is on a hero's arc.
Yeah. I don't know. I think that if they kill Will, I think too many people will riot with it. I could be wrong, but that's kind of how I felt. I don't know. I said before, I don't see any of the kids dying except maybe Callie. That doesn't mean it won't happen. That's just, I don't know. For whatever reason, I didn't see that happening. Maybe one of the older kids. Like I could see maybe Steve dying or something like that, or maybe Rob. Yeah, everybody likes Robin, but I don't know. I just, for whatever reason, don't see the main kids dying. But yeah, that's just.
Or Delightful Derek here. Delightful Derek could die here.
No little kids, because the Duffer Brothers sadly are puss to have major deaths.
Yeah.
Not even Derek here.
Lulu also thinks none of the major 6. All right. Well, we can talk some more about them as we begin to review and recap this. And we've got these other questions that Jamie, I think you had one also that was out of
Yeah, I was just going to put up the one from Fletcher because that's kind of what we were talking about. Do you think it's difficult to wrap up the information in a 2-hour finale? Before we get to that, I don't know how the hell they're going to wrap this up in 2 hours. I think that they've gone too fast this last season.
Really? I think they've gone too long. I think the whole season could have been 4 1-hour episodes, and we could be done with it.
Well, then they needed to cut out They either needed, I think, to cut out a big portion of it or make a couple more episodes to have it fit better, because I feel like they rushed through it.
Maybe they didn't
necessarily needed it, but
it's too bloated. It is so bloated with so much stuff. I mean, as much as I am enjoying this actress who plays Holly and a lot of her scenes, we could have dispensed with the whole storyline, and I feel like the wormhole is almost a retcon. That they could have done away with and just had a final battle and done it. It could have been another 2-hour movie or 4. Do you remember the first season? All the episodes were 45 minutes. I think it's too bloated and too much. And so, yes, I think it's going to be difficult to wrap up all the information because there's too much information.
Well, but now Netflix gets money from commercials. So they have to, if they have ads, they want to put more show in. I wouldn't be surprised if that's why they're not 45 minutes anymore. Let's be honest.
Very little of it is advertising. It's
No,
the
I
dumb
know. I'm just saying it might add to it.
Scarlet, what do you think? Difficult to wrap up? She passed out. Gee.
She'll be back. No, I don't know. She might be having trouble with her iPad again sometimes.
Yeah. All right. Well, maybe we should jump.
Jock. I'm trying to store everybody's comments here so we get back to them. That's true.
Yeah.
He did give his 50-minute speech at the very, very end. That's funny.
It was his speech. There's a lot of speeches, but not only did Will have a 15-minute speech, but how many speeches have we had where Will saying I failed and Joyce saying you didn't fail, and other characters saying, and like people having to explain to each other what the hell is going on, which really is talking to us, the audience, like we're stupid and haven't been paying attention, right?
Yeah.
Or as though somebody's new, as though somebody is suddenly watching Stranger Things now after in the 5th year, right?
I kind of doubt that. And to answer what you said, without going into it, because I know we're going to go into it more when we get there, I do kind of feel like they retconned a lot of stuff with these episodes, but according to what I've read, that was like the plan from the beginning. I can appreciate if that was always their plan, but they should have like dropped seeds if that was the case, because I feel like they didn't. But
all right, so we can take some of these questions as they come up now in the as we go through the discussion, okay? Because we have a lot, right? So let's jump in.
So we're going to try to at least get some of it in order, guys.
All right.
So the kids are waking up at Mr. Whatsits at Henry's. I do appreciate that they did explain one thing here. I wish they would have explained in the last group of episodes when Holly came, which is that he said something like, you might not remember how you got here. Your mind will be, I forget what he said, but basically saying you'll be confused. You might not remember what happened. They should have said that the last time when Holly showed up, because we complained, like, why does she not care about her mother being attacked? Like, now that they explained that they've forgotten things, it maybe at least makes a little more sense. And I feel like they should have mentioned that sooner.
I guess the Vecna juice does it.
What?
The Vecna juice maybe makes you.
Yeah, something like that. I just wish that. I just would have liked if them to have mentioned it in the last episodes when that happened, because it was kind of.
Actually, it doesn't. So I call it juice, but you know what it really looks like when at that scene where Holly like pukes it out when she gets free. It looks like it's on Supernatural when you get when they do, what's that thing when they get a demon out of you, an exorcism, when you're at when exercise and the black cloud comes out of their mouth. That's what
well, they said something. I think when it came out of the Demogorgon, did they call it particle spores? I'm not even sure. I can't remember. They called it something.
The spores are white and whatever comes out is black. It's essence of Vecna. It's
or essence of that other world or something. Yeah.
So anyhow,
whoops. I am trying to star them, and I'm starring the wrong one.
Jimmy, you do. We're about to all star them. You look at the photos, all right?
Yeah, you do the star. I'll look at the photos. All right. Thanks, Pixie. I'm glad you like it. I spend way too much time on them. All right. So they wake up, and we said that they're kind of confused. And then we have a lot going on here with Max, who is now on her own for a little bit since she sent Holly back in. And surprisingly, Holly is staying calm, at least for the beginning of this, pretending that she's in on it. Which I didn't expect. I really thought he was going to catch on really quick, but she did a good job pretending, which, I just didn't expect that. What did you guys expect her to stay calm and do a good job? I don't know. I just figured he'd catch on.
To me, this is one reason why she's not believable as a 7-year-old.
That's true.
And we have to keep reminding ourselves.
Yeah.
And as I watched these three, I was thinking, I almost wish they had more of a time jump to, if they weren't going to recast her as a believable 7-year-old, like to just have a time jump and make her 10 or 11 or something like that, right? I know that Vecna has to take he explains he has to take small children because their minds are more like moldable or whatever or something, right? And they're dumb to know what's going on. But if like she doesn't look like a 7-year-old, the dialogue is not. She doesn't speak like a 7-year-old. Henry does not speak to them like they're 7, 8, 9 years old. I had an 8-year-old. Like I don't ever hang around kids, but my 8-year-old little nephew was at like that Christmas, and I was like, oh yeah, there's no way this kid could ever like talk to Henry and escape from Batman.
Yeah, you're right. I forgot that. I keep forgetting that because if you say she's supposed to be 7, then yeah, there's no way she kept it up. Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, all the other kids are older too. They could have done time jump, made a reason for it instead of. And if again, we've said this, a few times. They recast her as it is. Why would you recast an older kid if you're recasting her anyway? It just doesn't make sense. But that's there.
Yeah, I mean, but if they recast a 7-year-old, like, would we ever like? Would they be able to write it the same way? Right? Like, I mean.
Then why just say she's not 7? I almost would have rather there been like a mistake and they suddenly tell us that Holly's like 10 and that like, what they said before was wrong and just like you forget about it. It would have to me made more sense. Yes.
They could retro-con that.
Around 7, aren't they? That's the problem. I think they're all.
I mean, Lilu's right. She's with other 9-year-olds, and there's a point where like I think it's Dr. K says round up all the 9 and 10-year-olds, or like they take a bus.
Right.
And 10 year. It's like they want us to forget what Holly's age is supposed to be and make her like they asked her, right, and made her 9 or 10, and maybe that's fine if they just like soap operas do it so blatantly and we all just accept it, right? But if they had just Lilu thinks she's supposed to be 9 or 10, but if you look at she was 5 years old last season. Last time she was seen, she was literally 5 years old, a different actress, and the character was said to be 5, I think, right? And now, really, the character for sure is 7, but I do think she's supposed to be 9 or 10. I think they just,
yes, it actually at this point is starting to make less sense if she is 7. I know some of the things we said, oh yeah, that makes sense if she's 7, but for the most part, I think she kind of needs to be, They could have even just had like the kids in the house time passed differently or something. I would have bought.
Yeah.
I wouldn't buy time passing differently, but I'd buy them just being like she's 9 and we just accept it. Although Golden Child says growing up, her environment at least added 4 years her age. And
she's a hard and 7 years old, Karen.
Yeah. And let's remember that it's 1986 now, something like that. 7. Yeah. This is like Generation X growing up, and we were like, in 1986, I was 4, so I was 17. But we were given a key to the door and left our own devices, and we did all grow up fast back then.
Or you had to make your own stuff to eat and everything. Take care of yourself sometimes.
Yeah. That's why it's hilarious when Karen complains that Ted doesn't know how old she is. And I think Lilu means when Karen Walker complains that when Karen Wheeler, Karen Walker.
Not this Karen.
Karen Walker's on that other show. Karen Wheeler complains that Ted Wheeler doesn't know how old she is. It is hilarious.
I think it was done on purpose to be funny. I mean, And hi, I don't know how to pronounce your name. CXO. Hi. I have no idea how to say that. From Fletcher says, does anybody know if Lucas and Mac's parents care about them as kids? And I know that's more about later. I had that question too. I kept thinking, like, doesn't Max have parents?
She had parents remember her parents were kind of neglectful, and her mother married Billy's father. Really bad environment of arguing parents, and no, they don't really care about her or pay attention to her.
I don't feel like you have a kid that wakes up from a coma.
Or you have a kid that's in a coma for like 2 years and you never visit them.
Yeah, the fact that she woke up still no parents, that kind of irritated me. And I know it's not important, but it just kind of.
Well, I mean, she woke up like as she was kidnapped in Lucas's arms. She didn't wake up like in any way that the parents would be like, "Oh, the hospital's calling." She just woke up, right?
I guess. I just feel like if I had a kid, I'd be like, "You're not leaving right now."
Well, they weren't there. They wouldn't know. But
no, I know.
After, right? And she disappeared.
Yeah.
So, all right. So, so here, so Lilo says the lady who plays her mom is going through chemo and wasn't able to film.
Okay.
Which is terrible. It does track with many 80s shows and movies where their parents were invisible. The parents are barely in almost any show from the 80s, right?
Yeah.
In Stand By Me, they go to find a dead body. The parents are like, yeah, whatever, have fun, right?
Yeah. Come back in sunsets.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, in season 4, she had a drinking problem. Yeah, that's right. So, but it's also bad writing if they can have somebody mention like, oh, too bad Lucas is the only person who visits Mac in the hospital. Her mother's in rehab or something, right? Like they could have thrown in a line or something like that.
Looks like, I guess I'm not the only one that wondered that, though. Yeah. So at least
I guess I just thought it was 80s writings too, like movies like Explorers, where people are making they're making like Rocket in their garage,
Yeah.
No, I mean, it was part of to be funny. Yeah. All right. We're getting a little bit off track here.
Right. Okay. So it's called Shock Jock.
Yeah. All right. So we start out with Callie here and Dr. K coming in to see her. Were you at all surprised she wasn't there? I mean, I thought that was really
obvious. That's her only power. She's so weak compared to Elle. Her only power is making people see things that aren't there, right?
Yeah. So that was was not super surprising. All right, let's see. So it's dark. So basically a lot of this is just them kind of talking about getting her out, and she's still, we find out as the episode goes on that she's worried, doesn't want them to live past whatever happens because she's afraid that they'll do the same thing to other kids. But we get more into that when she has the flashback to what else was in the base, because we didn't get to actually see until later on in the episode what was behind that door.
But I mean, let me ask Scarlet first, and then you, Jamie, and then the gang. Weren't you immediately suspicious of how creepy Callie was in this episode, in the scene? Immediately, I'm like, oh, she's up to something.
Yeah.
I kind of get that vibe, but I've always been kind of pro Callie because nobody is.
Well, I mean, I think, look, her episode in season 2 is one of the worst episodes ever.
Yes, I understand this.
Right? I don't know that Callie is... All right, my Christmas tree sweater is too hot, you guys. I don't know that Callie is the only problem with it, but I feel like this is not necessarily the same girl that we met, and she's being super creepy, and I know this whole show is about trauma, and she's been extra traumatized now, but I immediately was like, oh, can't trust her. She definitely is bad, and part of me... In this scene, part of me was like, oh, is she working for Kay? Is she?
Yes, I kind of wondered that for a little bit too, until you found out why she was freaking out.
She's gonna mislead 11 in some way.
Yeah.
Because remember, what we see is not her memory; it's what she's putting into. It's what she's putting into Elle's head, giving Elle a vision. So
since she can show people things, she could totally be making it up.
She could be making it up, yes. I'm not saying
I hadn't even thought about that. That's good though. I had not thought about that. Now you've got me questioning it, because it actually might make more sense if she was lying. Like maybe Kay brainwashed her or something.
Well, let's talk about it more when we get to that part, okay? Because I have some more thoughts about it.
Okay, so the other big thing here is that there was a bomb that Hopper was planning on using. So now Elle knows he is planning to sacrifice himself, and was planning all along to sacrifice himself, and that's why he didn't want her to go, and that he was lying to her. That's kind of the big takeaway from that. All right, and then we flip to Lucas, who is hurt really badly after being attacked by the Demogorgon, but he couldn't save the kids. He's upset because he couldn't save the kids that were with him. But he survived, and they're kind of giving him a pep talk. That's pretty much what that scene is about. I don't know, other than that, if there's really anything important here other than he survived, really. And I think they do talk here about Will being the sorcerer and how he's got powers. And he does confirm, if we're to believe what Will says, that his powers come from Vecna. They're not his own powers. Although it kind of makes me wonder, and I'm just saying this now because otherwise it won't make sense if I say it later. But the fact that we find out later that the reason why Elle and them got powers was because they were injected with Henry's blood, it does make me kind of question.
According to Kali.
According, if we're believing it, I'm going by if what they say, if what she says is true. It does make me wonder that him ingesting whatever's coming from Vecna, is it possible he's assuming that he doesn't have powers out of there? Because he didn't actually, I don't think, try to use them until they connected the Demogorgon. He's just like, I can't. And that was pretty much the explanation. I have to be around the hive. They never really, I mean, they didn't go into it, I guess.
Well, he only gets that goosebump on the back of his neck when he's around Demogorgons or close to the hive mind. Like he had zero, when he was in California, it never happened even once.
Yeah.
Right. And he had no, like, of course there was no danger unless you count like Elle being bullied as danger, but right.
Yeah. I just want to bring this into talking about powers. Fletcher says, I also don't think Vecna has his own powers. I think it comes from the Mind Flayer. We don't really know a lot about the Mind Flayer yet. I mean, other than I'm assuming it comes from that other dimension. That's about the extent of what we've gotten from that.
I mean, I'm starting to disbelieve that because of what we see later with a guy in a cave with a silver case, and I wonder if that's what Henry was injected with.
Okay, that's that could be.
It's like Repo Man in Pulp Fiction with the cases.
Yeah,
and Legion.
Yeah, it could have. I didn't even think of that. Could have something to do with that. And we know that the play is canon, and I apologize, guys. I know we had said we were going to watch.
I have a lot to say about the play when we get to it.
Did not have time to do a watch party before this, but hopefully we can do it before the next.
See, I feel like the Wrinkle in Time is probably a big clue here because they have the man with the red eyes who's overseen by it, capital I, capital T. Oddly enough, this book came out in 1962 before it, and the black thing, which is supposed to be the embodiment of evil. So I think it might be like Henry's the man with red eyes, and they're making a reference to the Mind Flayer being it, and then the evil, the Eldritch evil is around that.
I gotta say,
so long since I read that book, I don't remember much of any of it. I have read it, and
I'm not a huge fan of the way this season has shifted focus away from Dungeons and Dragons onto A Wrinkle in Time.
Yeah, A Wrinkle in Time, yes.
And I mean, it is sort of particularly in the 80s, it was really, I mean, I first read it in the 80s. I would say
the 60s through the 80s it was very popular for kids.
I reread it before that movie came out. I've read it a few times. But I think that this being couched within D&D has always been, and it does come up. It's not, D&D's not gone, but and I just find it hard to, I'm going to complain about it again later. So let me put a pin in that because there's a point in these episodes that really infuriated me, but let's go ahead.
Yeah. And I was going to say, in regards to what Fletcher said, I have some thoughts on that too, but let's wait till we get to the stuff about the other dimension before we go deep into that.
Can we please I just want to take this one early comment. Fletch, loved the writing of the second volume. What a masterpiece. Amazing. We don't have, I'm pretty sure this needs a couple of sarcasm emojis.
I was going to say, he was complaining it was bad writing a second ago. So I'm guessing that's sarcasm.
I think the writing is weak also, but there's maybe enough around it for me to like also, right?
Mm-hmm. I think it was exciting though. I feel like these ones in particular, of the season, I don't know, I thought they were exciting. I watched it all at once. I didn't quit watching it and go to bed. That I watched it Christmas, but the writing maybe is a little weak, but I think
that could be partial because I do think that the action scenes are well filmed, and there's enough action to me that keeps me interested, and even some of the schlocky writing, some of the scenes hit emotionally, but a lot of the writing is bad. Yes.
Sometimes I wonder, and that's kind of the problem with this, it makes you wonder if some things are supposed to be kind of schlocky because it's supposed to be an 80s thing. Yeah. But you can't use that as an excuse all the time to
for bad writing.
Good writing in the 80s, right?
There was some good writing in the 80s. No, I agree. Yeah. Well, Fletcher says the writing's beyond terrible in the last season. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is, I liked episodes 3 and 4. I thought they were pretty strong.
I did. And let's remember that the Duffer Brothers originally saw this as a one-off, and after season 1 was so successful, Netflix needed a tentpole. This was their first. Netflix. Remember when it came out? It was like 2016, and Netflix didn't have a tentpole franchise yet.
Mm-hmm.
And
well,
so
House
they,
of Cards
I guess, threw it.
And that's probably the only reason they got 5 seasons, because no other Netflix show got that much,
No, when they pitched the 4th season, last season, Netflix insisted on expanding it into a 5th season, and whatever storyline they had for 4 and 5 became 4 and 5. And
I know they wanted to make an anthology first and just have different characters in the different seasons, which I would have enjoyed.
Yeah.
I mean, it just makes me, I'm sorry, I always take it back to Lost, but I really appreciate how Damon and Carlton were like, no, ABC, we're not taking your money. We can just quit, or we can only do 13. And then ABC had to be like, okay, fine.
Yeah.
Right. So anyway, I think that it this kind of expansion doesn't lend itself to, great writing, and they got too much budget. Right? They got so much budget to do this. They have to spread it out and spread it out and spread it out.
Yeah. I also think them taking so long to do it really lost a lot of what was good about it too.
Well, I believe there was a writer's strike in between. Possibly a writer's strike.
Yeah.
And these kind of special effects take a long time to add in later, right?
Yeah.
All right, so let's get back into it. So now they go back into the tunnels to, rescue everyone.
Yeah. And we still have, they're still in the Upside Down, which we kind of talked about. They're supposed to be meeting the other kids in the church, but big surprise, they don't show up. They are instead in, they're in the lab, right?
Hawkins lab, yeah.
Yeah, the Hawkins lab. Because they're trying to find Holly, which, look, I guess teenagers are stupid, so I can't.
I mean, no, they're trying to find, Dustin believes there's a shield generator. This is the whole Star Wars shield generator business. Where Dustin has this theory that they can destroy the wall if they can get to the lab.
Yeah. And all I kept thinking is, if it is a shield, it's probably the people that made it in order to protect it from everything else, and you're going to knock it down. I was wrong with what it was, but
I mean, a wall is a shield. A wall is a shield.
Yeah.
Right.
But I just kept thinking this shield is probably something that needs to be there, and you're going to.
No, it doesn't. We all believed that the wall was a separation and Holly was on the other side. I don't know about we all. I'm speaking. I'm not.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying that's what I thought in this episode. I was thinking, I don't think you should take the wall down. I started to feel that way. I mean, it was not what I thought in any way, but I started thinking that the way it was going. But I think they should have waited for the others. But like I said, they're teenagers. They're not going to wait. So
I mean, I get why they needed to get through that wall to rescue Holly, believing she's on the other side. I know what you mean. I don't know, Scarlet, if you felt the same way. Like, Jamie, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I guess there was a sense of foreboding there that, okay, this wall is bad. But what happens if you break down the wall?
Yeah. Yeah, I just think that the smart thing would have been to think, if whatever we do, that it's better to have Elle there who has powers than to just be a bunch of teenagers trying to take care of whatever it is. I'm just saying they should have waited. But yeah,
they didn't know where Elle was. They couldn't find Elle, and they don't know
if they were supposed to meet them there. They had talked to him on the radio, and they're like, "We're going to meet you there. Stay in the church." And they of course don't listen. But yes, I think as the episode.
I think you've got to remember.
I just felt like something was.
I think you have to remember that Holly is Nancy's little sister, and how difficult it would be to make her stay there and wait for someone who might die and never show up when there's a possibility of maybe.
That's true, and she would have ran off on her own, and they would have had to follow her anyway. So it's kind of like she was going to go whether they did or not. That's a good point.
Yeah.
Let's see. Fletcher says it's also funny in season 1, 2, and 3 and 4 there was no wall in the Upside Down. They remembered the season. Yeah, that is a good point. Like, why did they all of a sudden only see the wall when they've traveled around like Hawkins in the Upside Down, and it wasn't there before. That part is kind of like a retconning. Like, we're just going to add it because we need it to make sense.
Because they didn't have the first shadow yet, and Henry hadn't been oppressed by the caves yet.
I mean,
Yeah.
I can
But had
accept.
been.
I can accept that when Henry opened the 4 gates and the rift traveled 4 ways all around Hawkins, that the wall could have been
Possible.
for them. For me, I can take that.
Right, but they specifically said later on in the episode that it was whenever Elle threw him there, or whatever, that I forget exactly what they said, but they explained when it was created, when that bridge was created. So that bridge should have been there from the very beginning of the show, period.
They'll
Well,
put that
maybe-
in later.
maybe
They'll put
She
that
could
in.
have not given that explanation.
Maybe they never noticed it because they never traveled that far into the Upside Down.
I guess they're at the base right now. That may not have been where they went before.
The wall is not around the lab. It's not around their houses. It's around Vecna's
Yeah.
place where Vecna keeps the kids, right?
Yeah.
Or that's what they think. That's what they think.
Okay.
All right. Do it.
I don't know, Fletcher. I just know it had something to do with Elle. You might be right. I just thought that it didn't make tons of sense, but I could be wrong. All right. Let's. So anyway, yeah.
Keep moving.
So
Keep
it's
going.
like you said, Dustin has this idea that, like with Star Wars, that it's this some kind of, I don't know, device or something that's created this wall that's keeping them out, and that they need to destroy it, and they need to find the epicenter, the whatever it is that's creating the wall, and get rid of it. And they all agree with this, although Steve does not believe that Dustin is right. He doesn't think it exists, but they all agree they're going to go look for it. And there's some argument because Steve wants to stay with Nancy and is being Steve. And Nancy's like, no, we're just going to keep it this way. And there's kind of some argument about that, obviously, because her boyfriend does not necessarily agree with Steve, but she keeps the peace, and they continue on in the groups that they're in, which maybe they really did, considering how much Steve and Dustin were fighting too. It probably might not have been a bad idea to switch groups, but
I mean, one thing that I kind of enjoy and I think really works is the tension among these 4.
Yeah.
I think the tension between Nancy and Jonathan is believable. I think the tension among Dustin and Steve and against Jonathan, like these 4 who have been so close and have saved their friends and saved the world, or about to save the world, like this tension is so believable and so teenagery, and so this worked for me.
Yeah, no, I do think it worked. I just can understand that they're like saying maybe we should switch it up.
Yeah.
We're not getting along very well at this point. But yeah, they're arguing, but they agree to go off and look for whatever it is that's making the wall. And then we switch to a good picture of all the desserts. That looks good.
Very nice, Jamie.
Yeah, at Henry's house, he's giving them all sweets and trying to make the kids happy. And
It's very Hansel and Gretel-y in there.
It is. And it's starting to show. I feel like here Holly's starting to crack a little bit. Some of the kids are like, what's wrong? And she's like, no, nothing. Everything's fine. So yeah, I like I said, I get that it would be hard on her. I think she did a good job keeping it together, but could she if she was 7? No. So we'll just go by maybe she's not. Yeah. And she could pretend a little better.
Very
but
mature for her age.
She's starting to freak out, and she does sneak back out to see Max, who's like, you were supposed to stay there because that was the plan. But, I don't blame Holly. She wants to get the hell out of Dodge.
But Holly has important information. Like Max said, stay there until Henry leaves. And Holly's like, guess what, Max? Henry's not going to leave anymore.
Yeah. Right? Yeah. Welcome back, Nicole. Yes, that's true. I forgot about that. He says that he's not going to leave them ever again. I got to say, though, I did think right away, is it bad she left? Like, surely she's going to get caught. Somebody's going to see she's missing, but she did take the chance because she's like, this is going to screw up our plans. So they're trying to figure out what to do. And then delightful Derek, dipshit Derek, whatever you want to call Derek, shows up and is spying on them and was listening. And I love this, though, because Holly tries to, well, I think they both do actually, tries to say like that they're not going against Henry or whatever, tries to get him off the trail. And he's like, no, I listened. And now I know there's somebody else who thinks he's full of shit. So yeah, he played it cool until he could spring it on him and come join in the conversation.
Is Derek our new favorite kid? I love Derek.
Yeah, I like Derek a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I liked how he was like, he's like, I read, I think it was in Vulture, or was it in The Guardian? I think it was in Vulture, where they refer to it as he's seen too much in Hawkins to fall for Henry anymore.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, I heard it from Mike, my new best friend, and also Lucas, right? And the writer went on to comment that like those other kids are kind of stupid because, and they didn't elaborate, but as I remember it, you guys, like the other kids were like Demogorgons attacked the truck. They were taken out of the truck by Henry. Like, are we assuming they just don't remember any of that?
From what Henry said at the beginning of the episode, I would say yes, which is why I'm saying I think they should have said that for Holly 2 episodes ago, or whatever it was, 3 episodes ago when she was taken. Because he said when they first woke up, you guys might forget what happened or how you got here. That was the way they kind of blew it off.
And so what Derek saw was further in advance, or was like,
yeah, I think it also depends. Like, I think probably if you know the truth, you remember like more, you know what I mean? Like they see through it, so they can see the truth maybe, which I can buy. But I do feel like just saying, oh, you don't remember how you got here is really
cop out.
Yeah, cop out. Like, couldn't you have thought of something a little better? And yeah, I agree, Lulu. I really like Derek a lot, but there's so many new people. Like, why not introduce them sooner? I don't know.
Not the timing to insert new characters. Correct, Fletcher.
Yeah, I feel like couldn't they have used a kid they had in before and maybe given it to some of the lines to somebody else?
That's fair. They don't remember, and even then, they didn't say to incriminate Mr. Whatsit. You're right. All they saw was Demogorgons, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and he saved them from them.
He's like, "Oh, I saved you from the monsters." So yeah,
yeah. Which he's been given the talk by, Joy and everybody else, so he still remembers that.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
That golden child's right. It enhances your original beliefs. Yeah, I think that's it's interesting too, because Henry says they don't remember, but yet he, at the same time, he also threatens him later with his parents. So he knows that he's, not remembering necessarily things, but knows that it's, full of shit.
Maybe they get mind flayed only that one time going up to Henry's house.
Yeah. And so this is when Holly says, all right, well, you got to lose delightful Derek, because for this to work, we need dipshit Derek.
Yeah. Yeah. You gotta pretend to not know anything and be, not nice.
Yeah.
So he's ready to help again and do what they need done. And then back at the station, I don't remember. Oh, from the truck wreck. I'm like, why did she have? I forgot why she was bruised. That's right. We know that the truck that the 2 of them were in with the kids had been attacked by the Demogorgons, and they barely got away. But they did get away because of Will. So they're now regrouping. Everybody's regrouping and trying to figure out what they can do. And this is where Joyce has her maybe not so brilliant idea. I don't know. What did you guys think about her idea? I thought it's great that she's, giving Will power and knowing that he can do things. And I don't necessarily think, attacking him is bad, but I'm thinking this is like, this is going to go south really quick. And very bad idea. Pretty early on. I think you figure it out. But what did you think?
Which idea? This is her idea that Will should go back into the hive mind and try to find Holly?
No, at least I thought it was where she says that he should connect to Vecna and try to hurt Vecna, right? Instead of just like go on the offense. And I think that I don't know. I was thinking like, why not connect to the hive mind and like spy and try to figure out what's going on rather than attack him? I don't know. I just thought like right away, this is a bad idea. But I appreciated that she thinks he can do it. And yeah, I don't think Will was ready either. I agree.
Does Joyce know Jonathan is her kid also?
I keep forgetting that. So I guess she does too.
He's missing in the Upside Down along with like Nancy and Dustin, right?
Yeah. Apparently she's forgotten about him. Hey, we said they're not great parents on this show. So
hey, it's Generation X and he's a teenager. And Gen X, he's got a key to the house. He'll come home when he's ready.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's an adult.
And you know, Fletcher's right though. Anyway, they can't kill Vecna before getting the kids because wouldn't the 12 kids die because they're connected to him? That's also a really good point I hadn't thought of.
I don't know. I mean, they don't die when you just abruptly rip the Vecna vine out of their mouths,
which is surprising in and of itself, but another weak part of the story.
We know Will is Joyce's favorite. Oh, yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. She's trying.
So people are like, "Oh yeah, Joyce, that's a great idea. Let's try it." I mean, nobody's got anything else, right? And so what are they going to do?
They don't have a better idea, so I guess they're like, "Yeah, sure, why not?" I don't know. I just think that somebody should have offered up, connect to the hive mind and spy and find Holly. Use Vecna to find Holly without letting Vecna know you're listening in, and rather than attacking him outright. I don't think anybody, any viewer, meaning anybody, actually believes at this point that Will is stronger than Vecna. So yeah, that's why I'm saying I don't think anybody who's a viewer would have thought this was going to work.
I don't think anybody in that room thinks Will is stronger than Vecna, but it's what they got at this moment.
Yeah, that's true.
At Leona's doing something. She hasn't been doing a whole lot.
Oh, Scarlet, what? Speak to us.
Leona's doing something.
Yeah, she is right now. She's been kind of useless lately, so.
No, I mean they haven't done much of her character in the season.
No, I agree with you. That's what I'm saying. She hasn't really been much use. So at least now she's doing something important. And see, this is where Fletcher's bring in, like you said before about the Mind Flayer. I think Will can overcome Vecna. The powers aren't from Vecna; they're from the Mind Flayer. I think that could be the case and could be an interesting storyline. I just question that they've gone, like, if we're not going deeper than they have. You know what I mean? Like, I kind of wonder that we're thinking too much about it and that the Mind Flayer's done and it's not just because the writing's so weak, like it's never going to go there, you know?
Yeah, the same way Will gets powers from Vecna, I think Vecna gets powers from the Mind Flayer. Yeah, that's unclear. That's totally possible. But Jamie, I get it, Jamie. Like, is there enough time to investigate that?
Yeah,
in a satisfying way.
I have a feeling the Mind Flayer is just done and not coming back. I don't know. We'll find out. I guess we have like less than a week to find out. It's too late to make the Mind Flayer the villain of this season. Yes, it's way too late. Unless there was a season 6, I just don't foresee that.
If there's a season 6, I'm not watching it. Okay.
Don't have a surprise season 6. That's Karen's instructions.
All right. So this is the.
Well, Karen froze.
Yes.
Well,
that's a good expression on Leona's face there, Jamie.
Yeah, it's pretty good. She's like, we can do this.
I feel like they should just give her more. She's a good actress. They should.
She is. I think they've underutilized her big time. I do agree that they could have Mind Flayer be in a spinoff. I don't know that there's going to be a spinoff live action, but I guess we have to find out. But yeah, there's going to be some kind of cartoon. Mind Flayer got Karen. Yeah. Yes, the Mind Flayer got Karen. We'll have to wait till she.
My bad? I'm not bad.
You got flayed. I
don't know. I got flayed. My VPN is turned off. I don't know what happened, but I just closed every single thing that was open.
Probably just shit Wi-Fi. Let's be honest. Are you still at your dad's or are you at your own place?
I'm at my house. I'm at my house.
Then it shouldn't be shit Wi-Fi. I don't know that. I have no answer for that.
Oh, by the way, we're going to have an improvement. My dad switched providers.
Oh, that's cool. That's good. We'll have better live stream.
Anyway, so everything's closed. I should be better now. So yeah, So Joyce, yeah, nice face, Joyce. Nice shot. You
This will work. Yeah, and I think
Murray.
saying that
Murray's another like newish character. Like I like Murray as comic relief, but he's getting a lot of screen time. We have
he's been there, though, since Russia. I mean, he's been there for a while. He's not that new.
He has, but we have like 15 or 20 characters this season, right? Like
it is an awful big cast. I will agree with that. They need to kill some of them off.
Yeah.
Which they may do.
Well, they got one episode to go.
Yeah. All right. So they're going to get some snacks and try this plan. And this is where I'm trying to see what that newspaper says. Because
this is where Joyce, because Joyce had said, does anybody have, like Joyce had said, does anybody else have a plan? Like, what can we do? How is this going to work? Joyce, she's like, anyone, there are no bad ideas. And then Murray's like, let's eat. And this is when they come up with ideas.
Yeah. And this is where they basically say, if Dustin came up with the transmitter, why don't we talk to the one who taught Dustin?
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark. Clark. Okay. Clark or Clerk?
Clark.
Okay. Let's talk to Mr. Clark. That, you know, if he taught Dustin how to do it, he could make one and maybe we can communicate with them, which that was a good idea, clearly.
I like Erica's sweater. It's kind of like a variant on the one Princess Diana wore with.
It kind of is, yeah.
She had a black sheep one, right? Like
she had a red sweater with a black sheep, yeah.
Yeah, no, those are little Scotty dogs, but it does kind of look like that. All right, so they are going to go get the teacher.
But Lucas has a different plan. At the same time, Lucas announces a separate plan where he says Erica's plan will take too long. My plan is faster. His plan is to reanimate the Demogorgon.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
And use it to connect Will to the Upside Down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, which is kind of an, expanding on Joyce's plan, basically, because that's still Joyce's plan. It's just this is how we're going to do it. I had forgotten about that. You're right. Which is why they connect with they get the dead Demogorgon, which again, I mean, this was a cool plan, but I also was thinking this is not going to go well. I think nobody thought that was going to go well. And then they are still looking around the lab and still arguing pretty much. And I got way more pictures than I need. And he's trying to decide what to do about his ring. He's still, he's undecided. He doesn't know that he wants to marry her, but he doesn't, I don't think, is not at this point willing to like move on either. So he's kind of stuck. And then
he doesn't know if she will say yes.
No, he doesn't know.
And he doesn't know if she will. Yeah.
And then this is when they start finding everything is melted, and he tries to open the doorknob, and it's melting as well.
It's very Dali-esque.
It is.
Can I ask you guys in the chat what you guys thought of this melting business?
I don't know that it made sense, but it looked really cool. Like, I don't understand why.
That's what it was.
And so I guess anything close to the center of it made it melt. Like, in what I didn't understand, where they even made a comment that like the military did something at some point. I don't know if like they were trying to take down the wall. I don't understand any of that. I really don't. And I don't know if I just didn't watch it close enough or they didn't explain it. But yeah, the melting looked really cool. Had no purpose, in my opinion, other than to like, be something they had to get past. But it looked really cool.
I mean, Scarlet?
To be a mindfuck, I guess.
Yeah, I guess.
I guess in this place that's kind of like this wormholey place, it's just like everything's not a solid, a liquid, or a gas, but in a constant state of flux.
Oh God!
I also thought that we're not in the room yet, but I also thought this melting was very like it looked cool, but it didn't make sense. And like my main thing is like, it's melting. Why didn't they die? Like, it stopped melting. Like, why did only solid objects melt and humans didn't melt, but got trapped in the melt? And why did the soldiers trap in the melt, but these two didn't trap in the melt?
Yeah, it sounded like...
And the chair didn't melt, and the desk didn't melt.
Yeah, I got the opinion they were saying that the soldiers maybe found a way after they did something, but I don't know. It didn't make tons of sense. I do like Fletcher's. It felt like a simulation resetting. It's literally like 1989, that scene of the melting. I don't
Like, why are the soldiers trapped in it, but their hats didn't melt, their uniforms and their guns didn't melt, right?
You're
Like,
right.
they're trapped in the melting.
Doesn't, yeah.
I could answer that if you guys had actually watched the first Shadow.
Okay.
All right.
It's a little bit of that in the first Shadow, but see, they say it's canon, but you don't have to see it, but yet.
Yeah,
but yet you do, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Like,
okay, well,
are you saying like
why?
like, wait, are you saying, Scarlet, that those of you who watched the show, the stage play, understand this melting business, and we don't, because that's
not completely, but I could give you more of a theory if you had seen
it. Go ahead.
From the beginning of the play. Well, I don't want to ruin for people who haven't seen the play.
Okay. Well, we do.
All right.
Next
then we'll
week.
keep moving. Then we'll move along here.
It has to do with the boat in the beginning, if you've seen it.
Okay. Either way, it looks cool. We all agree it looks cool. And then we have one of the first conversations with Callie and 11, with her basically trying to convince 11 to unalive herself when they're done. I thought this whole look. I understand her point, that they can always come after them. That's sort of true of all villains, and I thought it was a dumb.
Can I object to your euphemism there, where you're saying unalive? Because
sacrifice.
Let me complete my sentence. I object to that in general because I think it's dumb. But it's really what she's asking Elle to do is not just to end her own life, but to sacrifice herself for the greater good. Is really what she's suggesting.
You're right. You're right.
Is that she should? I mean, I just think that use of that word unalive.
No, you're right. I'm just saying that so that way it doesn't think so we don't.
Yeah, I'm not saying you're wrong.
You're right. It is the
sacrifice.
sacrifice.
That word doesn't do justice to the sacrifice she's asking Elle to make.
It doesn't. But I actually kind of find this part dumb in general, because I feel like in any show you watch, you can always say, "What? There's going to be another villain that's going to come after you," and like, I get it. I understand her reasoning behind it, but I feel like as a plot point, it's weak that they needed to do this, because I feel like this is again where they shoved so much in this season. Like, because this is where she tells her, if we're to believe what we saw, that they grabbed her, took her, and then she found out that they're not experimenting, but injecting blood into pregnant women. And yeah, it's part of the plot in the sense that they're saying this is how Elle and her and everybody else got not everybody else, there's only Elle and her, got their powers, was from Henry's blood. Mm-hmm. But I don't know. I just wonder that there wasn't like a better way to inject that explanation without having this whole, I don't know. I just thought this part was weak.
Well, I agree with you. It's weak enough that it makes me suspicious of Kali. And is she suspicious, or is the story just so weak that I'm suspicious of her, right?
Yeah.
When I shouldn't be. And also, like, it bothers me that a show that has gone to great lengths to get the physics partially close to correct, it is going like full on ludicrous with this science that you just inject random shit into women and hope that it passes the placenta and infects their babies and gives them the powers. Like, I don't even really maybe believe that they know that Brenner gave them Henry blood to give them powers. Do we know how Kate knows that? Given that Dustin finds Brenner's diary in the lab, Kay doesn't have it. Kay doesn't have Brenner's diary. Dustin has it. So where did Kate get this information?
Yeah, I also have a question of, I assume he saw that it said it was Brenner's, was my other question. Like, do we know, does he know absolutely it's Brenner's, or is that like an inference? Because I don't know if I'm just not remembering and I didn't pay close enough attention, and we can talk about that more when we get there. But I kind of wondered that maybe it wasn't Brenner's. I felt like Duffer got sensitive with the fan base hating the 8 plot in season 2, so they got her back and thought they were writing an epic plot. That could be true. Which, if that's the case, Fletcher, it didn't work very well because it's not epic. Look, I have no problem with Callie. She was in one tiny bit and then not at all, and then they brought her back in the 11th hour. It's kind of like, why not put her?
Were they getting regular Henry blood? I don't recall that, but I know.
Yeah, I'm assuming they were.
I do, yeah.
I think it was. I thought they were just saying that that their mother was. I don't know.
Well, they're getting it from their mom,
right? But the mothers were the ones getting the injections, not them, right?
The mother. Well, there's like Kali sees the pregnant mothers, but Lilu's saying like the kids were getting continuous infusions of Henry's blood as they
both of them, both of those things.
Okay, see, that's what I was trying to remember. Yeah.
And isn't this based off of Montauk? Isn't it?
Yeah, that's what they originally called the show.
They originally called it the Montauk Experiment, right? And it was based on that documentary about like the government experiments that supposedly happened there, right?
Yeah.
And that was similar to like other government conspiracies, like my psychic. Time travel, blah blah, right?
Ultra MK, etc. Yes.
MK Ultra. But yeah. All right. So this is where she tells her, and do we believe? So I guess that's the other big question here: is do you believe Callie though? What she's saying, I kind of took it at face value. I just didn't. I just thought the idea of saying, now suddenly she thinks they need to sacrifice themselves, I thought was a weak plot point. Not necessarily that I didn't believe what she said.
I believed her at this point. When she has the vision of running through all those rooms, then I started to not believe her, because those rooms, she'd go in one door out. They were like a long hallway of room after room after room after room, right? She just opened one door, went to the next and the next. And the next.
I like that.
I like the way it was shot. It didn't seem believable as a medical lab.
Yeah,
really, I guess that's the question. Was that more?
Wait. You're both talking. Yeah. Please, one at a time.
Sorry, no, I was just saying you have to question, was that because she wasn't telling it true because she didn't remember it, or was that just for visuals and you're just not supposed to pay attention to that, which is also a possibility.
I don't. Has this been a show where you're not supposed to pay attention to stuff until this season?
I thought it was just a certain aesthetic.
Yes.
A spooky aesthetic of her.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I didn't even like that. I can think is just done for the sake of it looks cool. That isn't really
all right. I thought to me that that's where it became not believable. But
it could also be the way she like more of a feeling too, like sort of how she experienced
it. I guess. I don't like those kind of questions that I have to decide off screen, but. Back to our delightful
delightful Derek.
This is where Henry's coming in and asking about Holly, I believe, and I think isn't when Will
isn't this where Derek causes the fight to give Holly the opportunity to get out?
He says that something from the woods gave her the map, right? I'm trying to remember exactly what he said.
He causes a fight with these kids in the house to give Holly the chance to run away.
Okay. Well, she already ran away though, right? Because she's already with Max at this point. So I don't think that's what this
right.
I think
he already followed her and they went back to the house.
Yeah, this is just
whatever.
Henry's looking for.
Anyway, at any rate, let's just keep putting me through this.
It's just kind of going back and forth between the groups. I mean, they're looking to find something on Henry. So then we have this plan that where they're testing it on a pumpkin, like it really can show how it's going to work. But they're going to Frankenstein a Demogorgon. I did not. This is where I wish I had rewatched the other seasons, because I was totally like, what? When they said that with Billy, that when he got, his body was heated up or whatever, that it brought him back to life, or brought the whatever it is in him back to life. I don't know, because I don't remember what they were talking about. But the idea is somehow that if they electrocute the Demogorgon, that it's going to bring it back to life. I don't get the Billy thing because I don't remember the Billy thing, and I don't know that you needed to know it, so I'm not sure why they brought it up.
I mean, they're reminding us about stuff that happened in the past and why they think this is a good idea, right? So they did. I do remember him in the sauna, and they used it to like. Remember when those kids were all kind of like possessed, right?
Yeah, kind of.
I don't think it really matters. They're just right, like reminding us why they think this is a good idea.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. I just, yeah, I was trying to remember some of that. But anyway, they're going to electrocute him and bring it back to life. That's the plan. Frankenstein, the Demogorgon. And they have more conversation between the two of them. And then she turns on the electric. And yeah, he's going to connect to the hive is the plan. And then meanwhile, Holly and Max are looking for something, looking to find a way out. And they find door. I think they're going to the beginning. If I remember rightly, I think they're trying to find Holly's original memory where she met Henry for the first time, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So yeah.
Doesn't they find that look like the door in that show that we just watched that we hated the ending?
But it was, I think, blue.
What was that show called? Tall Pines, Wayward Children.
Wayward.
Just called Wayward. I think it was just called Wayward, right?
Yes. Yeah, and Fletcher says a door with Holly is literally from 1989. I don't know that I've seen 1989 again, so I don't know. But I think they've had doors like this in various.
Yeah, it was in Wayward. It was in
It's a very surreal dream thing to have.
I believe it's in Dali paintings also, isn't it, Scarlet?
Yeah. You're surrealist. You're basically surrealism kind of thing.
I like the surrealism aesthetic here. So they're going to the first memory that Holly encountered Henry, but she doesn't remember Henry. And this is where Max is saying, well, just because you don't remember meeting him doesn't mean he wasn't there. And he was being a creeper outside the window.
Okay.
Oh, you mean the TV series 1989?
No, that show is called 1898.
Okay, Fletcher's got the wrong year then.
The one on the ship that from the Dark Creators, they were on that ship. That's called 1898, I think.
Okay, I thought he was talking about a movie from a long time ago, so I don't know. I'm even more lost.
I thought he was just talking about the year.
I think it's 1898.
Anyway,
I thought he was a good judge of doors. That's a door, definitely from 1980.
Yeah.
But anyway, the point of all this is Henry is creeping outside, staring in the window at her and her friends, which is uncool. They're watching a scary movie. I thought at first it was Medium, but it wasn't Medium.
They're watching Nightmare on Elm Street Part 3. Dream Warriors.
Dream Warriors.
It's called Dream Warriors. It's very Easter egg kind of thing.
Yeah. That makes sense. And then she asks her about the first time she met him. Fletcher's like, it's a date. Who cares? Same numbers. You got the correct numbers, just not the correct one.
We only care if we're trying to understand what you're talking about. This scene was the kids were. It was pretty funny.
Screaming at the movie. Yeah, it was cute.
Yeah.
But the first time she remembers meeting Henry is in the library. And I feel like there's got to be some kind of this stuff here. I didn't go looking at them.
The Alps.
Fairy tales, the Alps. Yeah, I don't know about that. But A Child's Garden of Delights, the English World, like I said, fairy tales. I'm trying to read them sideways. Dinosaurs and something about a dog. So I don't know.
Children's
The Adventure of Man in the Sea, exploring the deep. Was that exploring the deep frontier? The Adventure of Man in the Sea.
Yeah, they're just kids' books.
Yeah, encyclopedias. Anyway, that's at the library, and that is where she first remembers meeting him. That he first talked to her, and of course, nobody else thought he was there. Now they do make. I think it's whenever he's talking to the kids later in the circle. So all those kids were reading that book. It wasn't just Holly. That's why he's Mr. What's It to all of them.
That's why this makes no sense.
Kind of question that he was different people to different kids before. We had talked about it.
this is why it makes no sense, because Holly is 7 and the other kids are 9 and they're all reading it in school together. Like, it makes no sense.
Sure. It's
Yeah.
popular.
Also, Scarlet, I don't know what grade you teach, but would you teach Wrinkle in Time?
No, I wouldn't teach A Wrinkle in Time to kindergartners, Karen.
Or to 4th, if you're 9, you're in like 4th grade. Like, what age is the right age? I don't know, even if 9 is the right age to teach that book.
I don't know.
Right?
We read it in elementary
It depends on the reader and how far they are.
Right.
Like Montessori's a different kind of like.
And if you had a whole group of kids, maybe it's not the whatever.
I could see a bunch of 9-year-olds reading it.
Yeah,
All right.
I don't know.
In my
I'm bad
opinion.
at judging movies. But either way, the point is they're all reading this book. I thought before it was just that was her version of. I thought like it was something different to all of them, I guess is what I'm saying. I didn't realize, or I don't know if I missed it, but I didn't realize that they were all, reading this book. But that's why she thinks he's Mr. What's-It.
Look, I get that book, they've chosen that book for the Duffer Brothers chose it, and that it has this idea of being trapped in another world or whatever, but I really wish they had chosen something that was more D&D adjacent. That was a story about a dragon, and that was more like, I just, to me, it's been very jarring to have this D&D themed show go hard on Wrinkle in Time this season.
Yeah, that's fair. So then we go back to them, and they are having
fantasies.
Yeah, they are fighting big time.
And it's a little more girly, and D&D maybe at that age is a little more boys, or I don't know. I don't know.
It says A Wrinkle in Time is suitable for ages 8 through 13.
Okay.
Off to target grades.
Fletcher says, I took it as that book was Mike's favorite book and he read it to Holly. That could make sense. But again, that wasn't in the show. So you'd have to infer that. At least I don't think it was in the show.
Well, it's implied that the entire 4th grade has read it, and also the 2nd grade, which Holly is in or whatever. So, yeah.
No, it doesn't make sense they both had it, because you don't generally teach it in 2 different grades. Or maybe she was in gifted.
It's a mature 7, so we'll see.
Yeah. Anyway, so Dustin and Steve are fighting because Steve is basically like, says that, why do I want to call him Billy? His name was not Billy.
Steve? Eddie?
No, Eddie. That Eddie died for no reason. And he's like, no, he died saving all of us. He died saving me in particular. And Steve is very, very insensitive and not very nice to Dustin, and is just saying that Eddie shouldn't have done it. And I kind of took it that Steve, I don't know, what did you think about this? Like, I thought that maybe Steve was, I don't want to say jealous exactly, but like he was, when I'm saying jealous, like jealous of the fact that Eddie was the brave one. Like he wasn't able to be, not that he wanted to die, but that like Eddie was the hero. And I feel like he also misses him probably, or maybe not misses him, but feels bad for Dustin. But I think that I think that he's kind of like, why is Eddie the hero? I should have been, I don't know. That's kind of how I took it anyway.
I took it a little differently. Scarlet? I don't know how you took it.
What's the question? I'm sorry. It broke up a little bit for me. What was the question?
Just about like why Steve was like saying these things about Eddie and that. I just kind of thought that maybe he's jealous that Eddie was the hero, that he was able to do what he couldn't, and that
that might be correct.
I mean, the argument started over something else, right? It started over like Steve thinking like Dustin's idea is stupid, and it morphed into this yelling about Eddie, and Dustin's like Eddie would. It starts because Eddie's like Dustin's like Eddie would never say that. Eddie was my real friend, kind of thing, right? I mean, I think it's about Steve being hurt at being displaced by Eddie. In Dustin's eyes, like Dustin and Steve were pretty good friends, best friends, and then Dustin became best friends with Eddie. And I think, and look,
I think he resents him for that reason too.
Steve did say to Eddie, to both of them, "Don't be a hero." And then Eddie went and got killed to be a hero. And really, what was achieved? He didn't save. I mean, he saved Dustin's life, but he didn't save the world. He didn't. I personally don't think Steve is jealous that Eddie got to die and Steve didn't.
No, and that's not quite the way I meant it. I just meant that I think he sort of resents that, like, feels like he wasn't as brave as Eddie maybe, but also that Dustin sort of reveres Eddie for what he did, and like he's looking up to him instead of him because Eddie made this sacrifice.
Well, Steve has shown a lot of bravery over the years. I don't think Steve needs to defend his bravery at all.
No, but I think like he's kind of like resents the fact that Dustin looks up to Eddie and looks at him like a hero. He doesn't, instead of him, like he doesn't look at him that way. And he thinks that Eddie was the one that was like deserving and brave. And I don't know, maybe I'm not explaining what I mean, but
Eddie saved his life. Eddie did save his life.
He did. And I think that he feels like you said, displaced. I guess that is kind of what I'm saying, but in a different way. Like he feels like he put Eddie on a pedestal instead of him, and that he doesn't care about him anymore as a friend. That like it was all about Eddie type of thing.
I mean, I think it's deeper than that. He was best friends with Eddie long before Eddie saved his life. Steve was displaced a little bit by Eddie long before that incident happened, right?
Yeah.
Okay, we're all girls. Let's go to Steve is jealous that Eddie has that part of Dustin's heart. I like the way you're saying that.
Yeah,
I like that
that's
phrasing.
kind of a better way of saying what I was saying. Like that's kind of what I'm getting at. Like like I said, he looks up to Eddie as a hero, and he doesn't look at Steve that way.
I don't think he looks up to Eddie as a hero. I think he looks at Eddie as like a friend that he loves, a best friend. He's saying Eddie was my best friend, the best friend I ever had, and that is the position that Steve had before.
Yeah, so as I said, it's kind of like a jealousy. In a way, that's why I said I'm not doing a good job explaining what I mean. But either way, he was hurt. He's hurt that he lost Dustin as a best friend, I guess, is the gist of where we're going with that.
I guess. I mean, true. Steve didn't tell any lies.
Well, Eddie saved Dustin in particular. I don't know if he saved the others. But I mean, he saved Dustin, right? If it wasn't for what he did with the bats, Dustin would have been dead.
Well, and that's all Dustin says is Eddie saved my life. He doesn't say Eddie saved the world.
No, he says he saved all of our lives. I think he's something like that.
He says he saved my life. I just watched it again right before I tuned in. He said it because Dustin was saying that Steve was stupid. Anyone could figure it out what Steve couldn't. Eddie would have been able to figure it out. He does say that.
He does say that.
I mean, Steve
They're
is not
a lot of nasty stuff to each other.
He does say Eddie was the smartest and the kindest person I've ever met. And so I don't know. Fletcher thinks it's just some harsh brotherly love. I mean, Eddie was thinking the same about Steve. That's true. And Steve is always jealous of Dustin, of Nancy, right? Yeah.
He does have, Layla's right, he has mediocre
self-esteem.
He has some self-esteem issues. Yes. I think that's the main point, is that they're both been hurt, so they're fighting and they're screaming at each other, and it's really because I think they miss the friendship and don't want to admit it.
Yeah.
And they've both been hurt. And also the other part that I take from this, and this is a little bit more into what happens later when he hugs him after, when they're done fighting. It's also a big part of it that Dustin yelling, I think, is also because he's scared that the same thing will happen to Steve. Like, even if
you learn that in those exact words later.
Yeah.
I don't know that I think, good. It's possible that you and a lot of the audience saw that. I didn't really catch on to that until I had it said to me a little bit later in the show.
Yeah, I don't know. That's kind of what I thought. And that Dustin is not very good at expressing that. Like, if he had just said that at the beginning, this whole fight would have been avoided.
Do you know, like, a 15-year-old boy who's good at expressing that?
No. This is a good point. Yeah. But anyway, so the whole thing is he's telling Dustin that he's wrong. He doesn't believe him, yada, yada. Now, this is what I wanted to ask you guys about, because you rewatched it, so maybe you remember. Did it say it was Brennan's, or did he know for sure it was Brennan's notebook, or is he
says later that it's Brennan's diary.
But is he assuming that, or does it like say it is? Because I really honestly in this scene thought something completely different was happening until they explained what was going on. I thought, and maybe it was just the way they filmed it, but the way that it showed his map and then it showed the map on the wall. And this is, I got a couple of them, Fletcher. And this is back to something Fletcher said earlier. I wanted to bring up, let me see if I can find it where it's at. Because there was something he said that was kind of where I was going with this and I wanted to talk about. I'll find it maybe.
All right, well,
maybe
go
I don't know where I'm going and you can repeat it. But I thought, oh, okay, here it is. I also I also think Dimension X is in a different dimension or world, but our own planet in a future timeline where Mind Flayer successfully conquered us. Now, I know that's not what Fletcher's getting at, the same reasoning I am. But when they showed this and they showed the map and it had the same drawing, I thought that it was possible that they were going to start not just talking about a wormhole, but talking about time travel, and that Dustin somehow was trapped there in the future, and then like that's his. That's where I thought they
Why
were.
would that make you think that Dustin has somehow?
Because they showed his drawing and then compared it to the drawing on the wall. Like I thought they were going to say that was the exact same drawing, and like at some point he hung it on the wall, and like this is like him seeing like what happened. I don't know, like a time loop. That's kind of where I thought they were going.
That Justin went in the past and left that map in his hands on the wall.
That Dustin in the future. Whoops, I always unstore it and then I can't take it off. Hold on. That Dustin, I don't know, somehow gets trapped there and figures all this out. I thought that like that was his own drawing.
Oh,
I don't know.
It's not identical. It's not identical.
It's not, but that's what I thought they were getting at. It's not what they were getting at. I'm just saying that's where I thought they were going, was time travel.
No, I didn't think that at all.
Dustin was going to get trapped here. I was wrong. I'm just saying this is what I thought. It had to do with time travel.
Oh, I just thought, wow, this means they knew about everything. They have the same map as Dustin. They're triangulating everything. This means they knew about everything. And what we thought was happening in Hawkins' lab is not what was happening in Hawkins' lab.
Right. He basically finds out he was completely wrong. Yeah. And then back to what
Dimension X has not even been discovered or named yet. Can we pin these?
Okay,
we'll talk about it.
Yeah, we'll talk about that. Okay, so yeah. So either way, they figured all this stuff out about the wall, and this is where he starts to find out that the wall isn't what he thought it was. But meanwhile, Nancy and Jonathan find the melty room and all the you're okay, Fletcher. It's my fault. I should have waited. Find all the soldiers and stuff.
I don't mind any comments in the chat. I mind having them on screen when we're not at that point in the show yet. Yeah. That's my
Karen doesn't like I jumped ahead. Sorry. Okay. So anyway, they're in the melty place. And then we have Callie's conversation and her explaining about, as we talked about earlier,
fake pregnant women who are
the women getting Henry's
the longest
blood.
Hallway in the testing area.
Yes, the longest.
But they're getting Collie's blood. They're not getting Henry's blood. They're getting Collie's blood.
Sorry, getting Callie's blood. Yeah, you're right.
But now
their mother got. Look at that. That looks like. I guess it might be. It's in the upside down. Fine.
No, it's not. She's showing Elle a false picture where their two mothers are in bed next to each other, which we don't know. There's no way that could be a memory or a vision. She's projecting that into Elle's head.
This is what she's saying she saw, but we don't know.
No, she's not. She's saying she saw the other. This is before they were both born.
This is of their mother, you mean?
Yeah.
Supposed to be.
If they're two mothers in bed together, so it's an not in bed together, in beds alongside each other. So it's an imagination of what, it's a representation of the story they know. It's not real.
So they were using Callie's blood for these pregnant women she found, but she thinks or is saying that their mother was injected with Henry's blood, which is what gave them the powers.
It could be both.
Yes, but it could be, it's speculation, right? Like Khalid has no knowledge. Like she doesn't say how she knows this, right? Is it speculation?
It is speculation. For all we know, they could have all been injected with Elle's blood. I mean, her. Well, no, I guess her own mother couldn't be injected with. No, that wouldn't make sense.
I mean,
forget I said that. That was a dumb statement.
I mean, the idea that their two mothers were injected with Henry blood is it
Is it bad?
speculation or is it something she learned off screen and it's bad writing that left out a giant piece of information? Or like,
I think it's supposed to be what she's saying. This is what this means. I don't know that it's necessarily 100% true, but I think that's her connecting the dots and saying they're using my blood, they used Henry's blood. That's how I took it.
okay. Yeah.
I don't know. What do
And
you
maybe
think,
she
Scarlet?
has a certain aesthetic for just, projecting her own thoughts. Like, this is a nice aesthetic for this. The two moms being close together.
Yeah, I don't know. Waylu says it's in the play. Well, this is why before next week we need to watch it.
No, wait,
And I know I said
that
that
is some bullshit that we should all be required to see a Broadway show.
No, you shouldn't be required to see it, but don't you want to see it before the finale? I do. You don't
No,
gotta watch it.
I mean, I
do.
kind of don't want to see before the finale. I kind of want to review this as a standalone piece of television. If you guys want to watch it before the finale, fine. But
I've already watched it twice.
I
Very
personally
cool.
want to see this as the piece of television they created for us that I was told would not require
Yeah, I understand.
credit.
Yeah, I get that. That's fair. I would rather have the extra context. That's just
But see, but most
you
people
shouldn't have to. I agree with you. I totally
Yeah.
agree with you. But I think that it seems like from everything everybody said, whether you shouldn't have to and they lied or not is not the case.
Yeah.
You get more
Well, you shouldn't
context.
have to, but you probably should.
Yeah, it'll help understand it. I don't know. We'll
Yeah.
see. But anyway,
Right. In other
so
news, Hopper.
something's up with Callie. Hopper knows something's up with Callie.
When is Hopper going to shave that disgusting beard?
He needs it for
Maybe
Avengers.
when he sees his dead daughter at the end.
Oh,
yeah, he probably needs it for Doomsday. Which I saw a preview
When he
on the
dies
website.
and he goes to heaven.
So here's dipshit Derek saying, she got this map or whatever. And I was thinking that Mike, I keep thinking that Mike saw into him now, but it can't be because that hasn't
It's not
happened
Mike,
yet.
it's Will, and this is not when.
Or
And this
Will,
is
not Mike.
great-
Will. I'm
this
getting
is a
things
great
order mixed up.
scene. I love the scene where Henry is like,
This is where he threatens him.
where Henry is assaulting Derek basically and being like, "Where'd you get that map? Who wrote that map for you?" And Derek goes, "Your mother."
Like you're screaming at a child and expect him to act like an adult. What do you expect?
Well, I mean, but that's a total dipshit Derek thing to say.
He's a
Like, he's
dipshit, yeah.
always saying shit like that, right? And he's
Yeah.
fighting back. He knows Henry is Vecna, and he's still fighting back. It's a great moment for Derek, I think.
It is. All right. So there's more of them trying to find stuff, okay, now here, when I watched this, I was like, oh my God, we talked about the merry-go-round being wrong. And I was
Yes.
like, we totally talked about that and saw that. So that was cool. I appreciated that. So yes, the merry-go-round did change colors and there is a hole into her memories or whatever. And this is where she's feeling the emotions from what happened to her mother. And Max is like, as you get closer, you'll feel it stronger and kind of tells her she has to keep going. And then they climb into the room that's like upside down or sideways or whatever. And it looks really cool.
Mm-hmm.
This is when they go into the kitchen.
No, they go into her bedroom where she's
Yeah, but they go in sideways though.
Yeah, they go into the
Cool.
side. It looked cool.
Mm-hmm.
And then back to, and sorry if I'm moving faster. I'm just trying to get.
We have to.
We have to. It's
Yeah, we have to. Okay, so that they're going to
electric.
electrocute the Demogorgon. They strap it. No, they don't just strap it down. They impale it, like nail it down.
Mm-hmm.
So he can't get away as he does this, and he connects to the hive when she turns it on, and there it is getting jolted there. And he gets his feeling on the back of his neck, and he connects with Vecna. And it's while they're trying to escape, they're getting closer. Max sees outside that place that we know from before what happened, that is closer to, coming out of her coma into the real world, whatever you want to call it. That's kind of the pathway there. So they're close, but all the doors and windows start being locked, so they can't get out. And it is because Vecna / Henry has found them. And Will sees through his eyes and tells them that if they can hear him, they need to run. And he breaks Vecna's legs and stuff. He twists his body, breaks his legs, which I thought was really cool. I think we're not far enough in the show knowing that there's still how many episodes left at this point. I don't think at any point I thought that this was going to go very far. I mean, you knew he wasn't going to kill him. But I thought it was pretty cool. I liked this scene. So, yeah.
Oh, Kimberly's here. Hi, Kimberly.
Oops, sorry, I have my screen covered. So yeah, do you have anything else to add, guys, about this? Because this is the important section here.
It's very important. But Henry's strong enough to kick Will out in the end.
Yes, but he did fight pretty strong.
Yeah.
Yeah, but at this point, Max, her heart almost
strangling her in the upside down, right? So
she's her heart stopping in the real world. He's hoping she's waking up, which we know could be close to it. We don't know what's going on.
Well, then he doesn't know how to read a hospital machine.
Well, he was saying wake up is what I'm going by, not the EKG. There's Vecna with a broken leg. And there is Will, who's connected to him. And I do really like this part when he screams at him and he's like, run now, which was self-evident. And, you do really get to see details I didn't realize were in his skin. Like you can see in these episodes, you really get to see the close-up of his Vecna. So, yeah, they run. He pushes Will out, and Will is now in a coma, I guess you'd call it. Not in a coma, but he's
unconscious.
Yeah, unconscious. But they do fry the Demogorgon, so it can't. Because I kind of wondered, like, they got to make sure they do, because I think you get up and try to kill him. All. But they fry.
I think frying the Demogorgon is how you break the connection with Will to the high plane.
Yes, that is what they assume, but it didn't break the connection. We know that now. But also, whenever they killed it, fried it, whatever, all the black stuff went up in the air out of the Demogorgon. We did get to see that. And then there is more of them in the melty room. And
they're not, are they in that room yet?
They're not in the melty room yet. I'm sorry. This is where they're going to shoot a hole in the wall. And that's how they end up in the melty room. They've gone past the melty room. Let's put it that way.
They never moved it yet. They've just gone up the staircase.
No, they went past it because they saw some of the melted stuff that was around the soldiers and that, but no, they weren't in the melty room. You're right. I said before they were in the melty room. This is where Nancy thinks that she can shoot a hole in the wall. She gets this brilliant idea, and she cannot hear Dustin on the radio saying,
I don't think she wanted to shoot the wall.
She wanted to shoot it and break it, right?
No, when she gets upstairs, she sees the matter, and she tries to shoot that ball of matter.
No, the ball of matter comes after she shoots a hole in it, right?
No.
Maybe I'm misremembering then.
She shoots it right into that red ball.
No, you know what? We're both wrong. She sees a disturbance in the air when she flashes her light onto the wall. Yeah. She sees it like the air does something weird, and she's like, I can shoot it. And then when she shoots it and puts a hole in it, then that thing shows up. So we're kind of both wrong. But
fair.
It ends with her almost shooting it, about to shoot it, however you want to say it. And that is where the episode ends. So, yeah.
All right.
So I think it was a pretty strong opening, even though the writing is maybe not as strong. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed all three, honestly. I thought, like I said, I think that they were very action-packed, made me want to know what was going to happen. Whether the writing was 100% strong, maybe not, but I enjoyed them.
Fletch thinks Stranger Things turned into talking things with this second volume. Fair. People are talking a lot in these episodes.
In situations where they should probably not be talking as much.
Right? Yeah.
Are there any, I was going to say, all those comments?
Go ahead. I'll scroll them while you get the next.
No, yeah, I was going to say, are any of those comments from the end of this episode, or are they all further
they're all sort of, but I'll scroll them real quick while I know you got to move and get the next set ready, right?
Yeah, no, I just have to switch it, but
yeah.
I'll that here.
Yeah.
Switch to ta-da. Yeah. Close out that one. All right. Yeah, I just didn't want to. If some of them are from now, I didn't.
I got them. I got them. I'm watching them.
Okay, that's what I said. I think they're still all from the future of the show yet. We're not to that point, I don't think.
Yeah.
All right, so episode 6, right? I think it's episode 6. And I didn't take a picture of the episode title screen, but it is Escape from Camazots is the name of the episode, which is, of course, the world within Wrinkle in Time.
It's the name for I do believe an Aztec or Mayan bat god.
Yeah, it does sound kind of
And
familiar.
it's like a place/planet, if I remember, where the main character's father is trapped, right?
Yeah, it's a planet too. Yeah.
So she shoots a hole in it, and bad things start happening. This is where Elle and Callie and Hopper are at. They see something going on. I don't think they, at this point, have any idea what the hell's going on, but they have to start running, and they do end up running towards a gate, portal, ripped, whatever you want to call it. But they don't quite get to it yet. Right now, they're just running away. Then they go to Mr. Clark back in the right side up. Erica and Murray talk to him, and this is where they wake up. Now, I know there was some comments here about the library. Was that who Hopper was with? Yeah, they wake up the teacher, and he's having an affair with the librarian. But Erica's like, I know it's 5 o'clock in the morning or whatever, but you got to save Dustin. So he agrees to come help when they say that Dustin is in danger and that they can try to save him. I'm gonna mark that because that's interesting. Fletcher, we'll get to that. And here are a couple pictures of the notes. So I guess they're kind of, Dustin at this point was already trying to yell to them through the radio, don't do anything to it. It's not what we thought. But I guess they're kind of going back to show us some of what was in there. Yeah, I would like to see more of the diaries as well. This, I have no idea what that is, but it's nucleotide structure. I mean, I know it's nucleotide structure, but I don't know beyond that. But that's
well, and so that would be like DNA, right? Like it's showing ACG, right?
Yeah,
go back.
It's like the Glock from Pluribus.
Yeah,
Pluribus uses
Yeah.
those.
Yeah, so I have to question what a wormhole has to do with DNA. This
Well,
is where I think we're really missing the chunks.
If you believe the Henry Blood business, then maybe this DNA, it's about DNA.
It could be about the experiments. Right? Yeah, I was looking at it as this is all about the wormholes, but you're right. It could be about the experiments too.
I mean, that's the wormhole there.
About wormhole, yeah. I did not take more of them, and I probably should have. But
it'd be nice to see more. But as Lilu says, to find that diary so late in the series, LOL. There is a sense in which this diary is, I mean, it's not a MacGuffin in that they weren't chasing it, but it's this like thing that pops up out of nowhere to explain everything, which is a little annoying, right?
You could just watch the upcoming musical called Brenner's Diary.
Yeah.
The second shadow.
Wait, there's another musical, or this is the musical that was already?
No, this is the one I'm going to write.
Oh, okay.
I'm joking.
Fantastic.
I see.
That there will be a new musical about it.
A new musical about the diary.
I mean, it is a little annoying that like it's just this like thing that shows up and is like, here's some explanation from Dustin. I found the secret, right? Like dark magic was fine with me actually, particularly like this show, I don't know about you guys, but I wasn't craving a scientific explanation with this show. I was okay with dark magic, especially with the 4 seasons of D&D setup, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I agree.
I agree with you.
Science. Now, we don't get to know yet what the science is. That's a little bit later in the episode. But we see her rip a hole in it, and this is the energy source that is exploding and going to kill them all. It melts everything. And there's the melty room. They fall through, I think they fall through the ceiling, but either way, they're stuck in this white melty goo. And then meanwhile...
I would like to give great credit to the recapper for Vulture. Her name is Molly something, who referred to this as a room filling up with yogurt.
Yeah, pretty much is what it looks like. It's the melty room. So they're knocked out. If I think they fall through the ceiling at this point, but they're knocked out.
I think they're laying on the roof still, where they were knocked out
and then the roof eventually,
and then they eventually run downstairs and get into that room.
Yeah. Okay. I thought the ceiling broke, but maybe it doesn't break with them on it. I can't remember. So anyway, Elle sees the they show the car, because they show the car being sucked through the thing, but she's through the wall, which it shows what the wall actually looks like. I got a picture of it here somewhere. But she sees a gate, whatever you want to call it, a doorway, and she yanks it open for them to go through and holds it off so they can get through. And then this is where I guess we start seeing, I thought it was later, but he starts telling a little bit about what it actually is, that the upside down is actually not another dimension. It's a bridge between dimensions. And that's where we see the car sucked through the side of that world.
Yeah.
It's basically I don't know. I mean, I kind of question, like, it's interesting. Okay. But at the same time, I mean, a wormhole like takes you from point A to point B. It's weird to me that there's like this whole like in between resting area, but I'll accept it. It looks
Purgatory
cool.
area.
Yeah, purgatory area. But yeah, I'll accept it.
I mean, would this be a place where, Pixie says she heard there's a reference to Alice in Wonderland? I don't know what it is, but down the rabbit hole, like this is like going through a wormhole is kind of what Alice did, right? Would that be the reference, or is there another one?
I don't know.
Wait, oh, you guys don't know? Okay.
No, I don't know. I hadn't heard anybody, but yeah, I mean, it kind of is. The scene is hell funny. Big ass trees getting sucked. Full house is sucked, but 11, Hopper, and Callie just running like it's like nothing is happening.
Well, no, Elle was destroying.
Yeah.
Elle was destroying all the debris that was flying at them, right? Like the trees.
Pushing it away because she makes like a protective. I didn't get a picture of it, but she makes like a protective bubble around them as they run.
I don't think that's what she. I thought she was.
What it looked like.
I thought she was exploding each stone as it came out.
She was, but if you look at one part, see, I didn't get as many pictures.
I don't think that's within her power, is it?
I don't know, but at one point, to me, it looked like a protective bubble they were running in. I'm not saying that it makes sense. I'm saying that's what it looked like to me. I don't think I know where it's at to find a picture, but I'm looking. It's hard it's hard sometimes to get like an exact frame, but it might just be, looking at it now, it might be the way they kind of showed the barrier. She's making like a force field, like pushing stuff away. Yeah. So it might just be, it's kind of circular-ish. I don't know. To me, it looked like
the car into the void, that was Steve's BMW. It's his prized possession, right?
Yeah, poor Steve.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's kind of like a force field, but the way they did it, because I'm looking at it now, the way they did the wave, it looks circular. That's why, to me, it looked kind of like a ball around them. It really
she can move things, right? She was moving and exploding those things. Can she create a force field? That's not.
I'm not calling it right. They're showing it, and it's almost like a shield, like she's pushing away. Let me see if the picture.
Yeah, she pushes anything that flies at them. She pushes it away.
Right, and it creates like a void. I guess maybe would be a better description. It creates a void where they're at. Here it is. See, I called me. It looks kind of like a protective bubble, but that's the way I phrased it.
What, that little bit of white there?
Yeah, I can't get the best picture, but it made it look like it was all the way around.
Yeah. I thought it was just an explosion, but I guess you could look at it that way. Yeah.
If the writers want to live to create a bubble for plot armor, they'll write that.
Some new skills.
Not wrong.
Fair.
So, they do make it out, and there's like I said, the car gets sucked out. All right, and then meanwhile, they come out the other side of the door, Max and Holly, and Holly wants to keep looking. Max is like, no, you got to go back. He's going to know you're gone. We haven't found anything yet, whatever. And Holly is like, yeah, but there's something else we're missing. We got to keep looking. And this is where he says, Henry says to her something, because they're like, you can't get in here anyway. And he says something like he has another way to get to her. And he says, I forget exactly what he says, but basically says to Holly that Max is going to suffer and Holly will have to watch it until she's ready to beg him to stop, is kind of what he says in a nutshell. He's done trying not to scare Holly, I think, at this point.
Well, and that's very much
bring her over to his side or something. I don't know, because he's sort of given up not scaring her.
One thing I object to is that he doesn't speak to them as if they're children. Like he says things like, he uses language that you just wouldn't speak to an 8-year-old that way, right? Like when he talks about the dark
or a 10-year-old
and the light and this, and he says, unfortunately, he uses a lot of, but in a place where he's like, if you don't behave, I'm going to hurt your friend. I'm going to take your doll away, kind of thing.
Yeah. He basically says he's going to torture Max, is in a nutshell. He said he doesn't outright say, but he kind of says.
But it's more on the level of how you approach and threaten a child, right?
Yeah, but she believes him. But my point is, he's done.
Can you
trying to give her the carrot? He's given her the stick now.
Back to that cave.
Yes, I agree. I think that whole area looks identical to Dimension X. I think that whole time we were supposed to think they were on Earth. They just weren't, which makes me think that maybe he somehow, this is in his mind, right? This cave doesn't actually exist. Well, yeah, it does.
It does exist.
It does
existed somewhere in 1950, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But right now it's in his mind. Okay.
Yes.
We're seeing a version of a cave in his mind. Did the original cave really look like this? I don't know. But I think the cave that he is recreated in his mind is probably a recreation of what's in Dimension X. We just don't realize that. Like, it doesn't have to be.
Why would he be recreating what's in Dimension X? He's born on Earth. He's recreating what's on Earth in his mind. It happened in our
supposed to parallel it. But I totally agree with Fletcher. I think it looks exactly the same, because I think you're supposed to think it's Earth this whole time, and then we find out it's not.
I don't know. I mean, this is all in a mind space. This is in a mind space.
Thank you, Peter.
This is in a mind space.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
So this is not any place. It's in everybody's minds. Max is unconscious. Holly's unconscious.
I can't see it on YouTube. Sorry, go ahead.
It's not in any place. It's in the mind space. It's in Holly's and Max's minds and Henry's mind. It's not anywhere.
Right. It does, and that's why what I was saying is that maybe the literal cave that he was in as a kid may not look exactly like this. But I definitely think it looks like Dimension X. I agree with Fletcher. I'm not saying that this cave is not the Earth version. I'm just saying it does look the same. I agree it looks the same, other than the color of the sky is like yellowish.
The cave is a memory of the real world. It happened in the real world.
That's what I said. I said that and then I was wrong. I forgot. You're right, because he was there as a kid. I guess I was just saying that, like, it is a memory as opposed to like your memories, like how when you have a memory, like it can be changed by the way you feel about it. And I was just saying, like, maybe he was in a cave as a kid for real, but the cave that he's recreated in his mind is more the cave from the dimension, as opposed to it looked exactly like that on Earth.
Yeah.
I don't know if that makes sense to you, but that's kind of what I'm thinking.
Max is absolutely in the hospital in Hawkeye.
Oh, Max is, yes. I'm talking about that.
No, Fletcher's saying she isn't on Earth. She is on Earth, right? Her body's on Earth.
Oh, no, he does mean Max.
Her mind is having an experience. Like they're on Earth, right? Like Max is on Earth. Her body's on Earth.
I was talking about Holly not being on Earth.
Holly's body's in the upside down. Max's body is in the right side up. They are both having an experience in a joint mind experience.
Holly's body isn't in the upside down either, though. They say that. Holly's body isn't in the upside down. It's in Dimension X. Because they say that.
We don't know that.
We saw
Holly's body. We don't really know that. We
know that Holly crawled from wherever this yellow place is into the upside down. That's when she fell. She went from wherever into the upside down.
We don't know that right now. We don't know that till
the very end. We don't right now. You're right. We don't right now. You're right. I'm getting ahead of it. All right. Anyway, we'll go back to. So anyway, he says that he has another way to get to her. which we find out later means he's going to try to get to her in the real world. We just don't know that yet. All right, so back at the Squawk.
The Squawk. They were selling all these Squawk shirts in Target.
That I haven't seen. I have not seen the Squawk shirts. I've seen the what was the one you told me you saw? The
Hellfire Club. Hellfire.
Yeah, the Hellfire Club. Yeah.
They see that sweatshirt that he's wearing right there?
Yeah, is that what they have?
He's wearing a Squawk shirt. They have that, but it's branded Stranger Things under there, right? But they have that sweatshirt in Target, or they did. It's probably sold out.
Yeah, cool. I don't know. I just have the earrings. I should have worn my earrings again. I completely forgot about them. I
have my candy cane earrings.
Oh, you have candy cane earrings. Well, I have Demogorgon earrings. Actually,
right.
The one Demogorgon earrings bent. I
hate this scene. Please talk about the scene because I hate this scene.
Okay, so I'm trying to remember what's happening in the scene. Oh, they're all upset because Will is passed out. This is where she tries to explain. Look, this was like a layman's explanation of it. She's saying that if Will is connected to, Vecna and he's passed out, and if Max is in a coma, and if Holly is not awake, that they are all sort of maybe in the same place, is the way, the gist of that. But she uses records to explain it. It was kind of a dumb way to explain it.
I hate this scene because this is the second time in 6 episodes. This happened in the previous chunk where Robin has to take a bunch of like records and bottle caps and like little people and shit to explain to everybody what's going on, because there are too many people who are not around who they have to explain stuff to, and because the whole plot is becoming so nonsensical that they have to keep reminding the audience what is going on. And Robin is like a de facto narrator in this scene, as she was in the last chunk also. And she uses records, and I also don't like that she's using records, and we're going to go to a comment later, which I think was somebody commented about the importance of music, which by the end of this episode is just like thrown away.
Yeah, that was annoying.
Well, I thought that's why the scene was here, because of the importance of music, and that Tiffany represents Holly and Kate Bush represents Max.
And then guess what? You don't need music after all.
Yeah, I think Kieran's getting to the point that it was important and now it isn't, because you don't need it after all. And I think
it's visually interesting, at least.
Yeah, it's interesting, but I don't know. I kind of also feel a little bit, and maybe this is part of why this annoys Karen. I also feel like this scene is definitely hand-holding to explain it to you if you didn't get it yet, which you should have gotten.
Well, they do have that thing on Netflix where they're like they're telling the showrunners to write it like in a way where when people are looking on their phones and scrolling, they can also pay attention to the plot.
Yeah. So Fletch says that scene also pissed him off. The writers didn't have any other idea to explain that to us. Agreed.
I'm a music fan, so I didn't mind it.
I'm a music fan, but I'd almost rather a whiteboard, honestly. And that's Netflix's second screen rule of writing. Right.
Why a whiteboard when you have a window, Karen? You have a perfectly good window.
You can look at the window fine, but a bunch of record albums annoying. But as Lulu says, the second screen. It just bothered me, okay?
Karen's like, leave me alone. It bothered me and pissed me off.
The second screen rule, that people are watching this while they're also scrolling their phone. And so they need things spelled out to them because you never get their 100% attention, I think is that rule, right?
Yeah. I kind of feel, see, to me, like when they do that turns me off of it. Like, I feel like you should be paying enough attention, and if you aren't, it's your own damn fault, right?
Yeah, but you didn't grow up with a phone in your hand since you were.
I know. That's true. But I'm not saying I don't do it too, but I like pause it and rewind it when I miss something because I have the ability to do that. And I think that everybody does.
Fletch has a better idea.
Yeah, make it so you don't look at their phones. Although I don't know that that's 100% possible though, because I know a lot of times I'm looking on my phone because I've got other things on my mind. It's not that I'm not enjoying it. It's not that it doesn't have my attention. It's just that I got 50 other things going on at once.
No, come on. I watch Pluribus with full attention. I watch
I don't. I'm still pausing and rewinding Pluribus. The only thing I generally do not look at stuff while I'm watching is Doctor Who. That is pretty much the only thing.
What about From? You look at your phone when you watch From.
Well, to be fair, I watched screeners of From. But yeah, I guess From, I guess you're right.
Phone when you watch a screener of From.
With
when I watch Yellow Jackets, I pop some popcorn and sit in front of it and jam to the theme
I guess
song.
You're right. I probably did not, but pretty much everything else I do.
All
Yeah.
right. Well, it's
Yellow Jackets,
it is
four
the
of us.
rule.
I may rewind it 50 times because I miss shit.
Right.
That's why it takes me like 2 hours to watch a 1 hour
It's
episode.
annoying. It's annoying to have this thing spoon fed to us like we're stupid.
Yeah, I agree with that part.
Just because a bunch of
analogy. I guess I'm just saying the record analogy didn't bother me, but I agree that was too much explanation. All right, so Will is still unconscious, and he is there. He's flashing back to when he was there when he was a kid, but there he is as an adult, and Vecna's like, "You're going to be my spy. I got you now. You can't beat me." Yada yada. Ooh, excuse me. And he's going to pull it out of his mind what he needs. And he's like, the harder you resist it, the worse it's going to be, the more it's going to hurt. And what he's trying to get, we discover, is Max's real life location. I have to question though, like, was it really that difficult to find her? Or is it just because he's not on Earth, he doesn't know where to find her? Because, I mean, she's in a hospital. I didn't think that it was like a secret where she was at.
Well, to find her, like, her soul or whatever is trapped in the thought forms.
Right, but he's looking for her body at this point. And that's why he digs into Will's mind. And I just question, like, was she that hidden? I don't understand why he couldn't just, like, look it up in a... Well, I guess it isn't like now where you can just find all that information easy, but because this is in the 80s, but still, like, she's in the hospital, she's not in this secret location. I don't know, it just bugged me. Yes, exactly, like, just go to the local Hopkins hospital, right? Because that's where she is. She's in a coma. Thank you Fletcher.
Oh, I thought I guess I totally misread that as that he was looking for her at the thought form dimension or whatever.
I didn't think that because I don't think Will knows where that thought form is. That's why I assumed he meant physically.
Yeah, that's true.
Tell later. Where would Max's body be after what he did to her? Obviously in the hospital, just sent some Demogorgons. I agree, and I think it was very weak. What do you think, Karen? Are you still around since you disappeared?
I'm here, yeah. I had to step away from that.
Do you agree with that? Like, why was it such a difficult thing for him to know where Max was in the hospital? Like, I just didn't... It seems dumb.
Yeah. I mean, can't Demogorgons just track her down in the hospital? You have to know exactly what room she's in the hospital? Like...
Yeah, like it's obviously the local Hawkins hospital. Like, it's not that difficult.
I mean, she's definitely in Hawkins hospital. I mean, maybe he thinks she's been airlifted to a level 4 trauma center and an appropriate medical facility. No, like, why does he have to spy? She's in Hawkins. She's in the local hospitals. Send some Demogorgons. Like, does Henry care if he kills every single person? He's not trying to be like on the down low with the killing, right?
Yeah, like, I think it just was really weak because it wasn't spying. Like, he could have found it out without Will. That's what was so dumb. But
I mean, wouldn't Holly know that Lucas that one of her brother and sister's best friends has been in a coma in the hospital for 2 years? Like, that surprised me that she didn't recognize Max because Max was part of the gang hanging out in the Wheeler basement for a long time.
Yeah,
that's another
she should have known Max when she saw her and trusted her.
She should have.
But I mean, even though she was only 5 at the time, she still would recognize her older siblings' friends, right? I guess, but whatever. Let's set that aside. But yeah, it should be pretty easy for Henry to know that she's in the hospital and just like go get her. That does seem kind of dumb.
I agree. All right, so half the gang is back in Hawkins now. Elle and Hopper and Callie have come. Oh, and or no, Dustin and them haven't come through yet. Just Hopper and Callie and Elle.
Yeah,
but they get to reunite. This is where Dustin's like saying, this is very bad, and the wormhole's going to collapse. They don't know how much time they have. They have to find Steve and Nancy, so they're trying to find them. The radios aren't working, and this is where so they're down below. That's why I said I thought that it because it shows like that's the ceiling. That's what I said. I thought they sunk through and the ceiling broke, but I could be wrong.
No.
The way I interpreted it.
We have do you have a picture of the ball? Do you have a picture of the ball, Jamie?
From earlier when I showed it to you.
You don't know, because this is where they look up and Dustin says, "Mother of God," when he sees it.
There's the ball, but that isn't that picture of the ball.
All right, can you just leave that there because we have a couple comments that I want to put up before we move on from that, okay? And I just got to find it. I'm scrolling really quickly to try to find it. It was a question about, for those of us who watched Dark, I'm going to find you, whoever that comment is. Don't retype it. But it was about, for those of us who've watched Dark, like, did you recognize it? Because it's pretty much exactly the same thing, right? Let me find the comment. Hang on.
Fletcher says here, particles of God from Dark.
Yeah, hang on. I'm getting to the comment. It's here. I don't want somebody to make a comment that we don't get to, right?
It has been so long since I've seen Dark, and I still haven't seen the last episode. So,
where's that comment? I popped a star. I watch it.
Well, this is what happens when you have 50 starred comments. You lose them.
That's why I gotta go. I mean, no, I got it. I've read all these comments like 10 times.
No, I know. I'm just saying that's because there's 50 of them. That's why it's getting lost. There's
people that watch Dark. When Nancy shot the exotic matter, it formed that ball of matter. That stuff resembles the particle of God in Dark. Yeah, it was like pretty much. And so I wonder, is this like a real like scientific thing that like
but Scarlet hasn't seen Dark, so just don't spoil.
Okay, I don't know if you're going to watch it or not, but there's a like to have two shows that are about. I
mean, it's two shows about wormholes and.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that they both do some research, and is this a real scientific thing that this kind of ball
I don't know
has to do with it?
It might also just be they watched Dark and thought that looks really cool. Let's steal that effect.
That would be pretty shitty, right? All right. Anyway, all right.
We're trying to show a particle that isn't supposed to have a form. That's possible. All right. Anyway, it's melting, and they are getting bombarded by yogurt. There they are, covered in the yogurt.
They're in the yogurt room, trapped.
Yes. And meanwhile, everybody back in the right side up is worried about Will and him waking up. And I don't remember what his conversation with Hopper was about.
I thought the last time we saw Hopper when Hopper was in the prison with no shirt on, he was like a little
more buff.
His dad bod is coming back.
I know. I noticed that. I thought that too, and I'm like, I won't say anything.
Makes sense, right? He's been living in Hawkins with Joyce's fine home cooking.
Not working out as much, fighting things as much. But yeah, they're all worried about Will, and this is more of Callie trying to push her ideals on Elle. And she's kind of listening to what music lives on TDK. I used to have TDK VHS tapes, man.
I used to have cassette tapes, right?
I still have them somewhere.
Music off the radio on TDK.
Yep. But yeah, they're worried about Will, and they think that maybe Elle can go into her, I want to say hyperbaric chamber. That's not the right word.
Her sensory deprivation tank.
Yes, that's not a hyperbaric chamber. Sensory deprivation tank, and can connect with Will. That's the plan, anyway. And Callie is listening into everything they say about them running away after.
Creepy Callie.
Yes, creepy Callie. And then at the hospital, poor Robin, poor
Vicky.
I forget her name.
Vicky. Yeah.
She's like, she thinks that she's on drugs because she starts telling her there's all these aliens, monsters after us. She finally tells her the truth, and of course she's like, "You need help," because why would you believe that shit, right? And she's like, "I'm not on drugs," but Vicky ain't having any of it at this point. And then this is where Holly and Max are out in the desert again, and Holly looks through her through the
it's Henry's telescope, really.
It is Henry's telescope. I was going to call it a periscope for some reason. Telescope. She says it's an M. I think it looks like a mountain range, but she says it looks like an M.
I think it looks like a pair of lips.
But it seems to be the shape of the mouth of the cave. Which also, I don't know if it's because it's part of a memory or what, because why you would rip the lid of your thing to resemble the thing is really
well, it is part of the memory. We just don't know it yet.
But I mean, literally, you wouldn't like rip the thing. It would make sense. And I agree, Fletcher. I said, other than the color, whoops, wrong thing. Other than the color of the air, I agree. I think it looks the same. I don't know that it's supposed to be.
I don't
the
think
same.
it looks the same. And we don't know about Dimension X at this point.
No, but when you go back, it does. But it might just be to. I don't know that it necessarily means it is the same place. Like I said, it could just be like to parallel it, and it also could be because they filmed it in the same place.
I think it's wherever that cave was, where Henry was that day in 1950, whatever, 40, whatever. Like, we don't, why would we not think that the cave he was in the desert somewhere? Is there a reason to think it's not?
It's true.
I agree with what Karen's saying.
No, I agree. I'm just saying it does look like it. Wait, I'm going to look at the picture. You know, I'm looking at the picture. It does look like it, though. But then again, a desert is a desert I mean, it's a desert, right? They are going to look similar. Even if they're not.
I've been in a lot of deserts, yes. And a lot of them do look the same.
Right.
A lot of red rocks like this do look the same. I mean, I would be like, is this Nevada? Is this Utah? Is this Arizona? I don't know.
Yeah. I know what you're saying, Fletcher. And, you know, you could be right. I tend to think more that it's meant to look like it, to draw parallels to it, not that it's
They're in a memory. They're in a memory right now. Max is there. They're not in a
I get that. What I'm saying is, from a visual standpoint, I think they're trying to have you see the parallels between where he grew up and where he is now. I'm not saying it's the same place. I'm saying visually, I think they're drawing parallels, and it's supposed to look the same. I don't know that I think it is the same place. That I don't know about. But it does look similar. But like I said, again, a desert is a desert. I mean,
yeah, I think that's where the cave was. It's a memory of wherever this cave was that Henry went to and killed the guy.
Yes. That is also true regardless. And there is more of the melty room. They can't get out. The room's locked. Melty, lots of yogurt. That is cool, though. It looks so cool. I gotta say, it looks cool. And then, meanwhile, Elle is trying to connect with Will. And Hopper talks to Joyce about kids and not wanting to lose Will and that. And then this is where Elle comes in and talks to Mike, and Callie is creeping listening, where they basically say they're going to run. Well, Mike wants to run away together after, and they kind of talk about it.
Is this meant to engender distrust of Callie?
Oh yeah, most definitely. Most definitely.
So we got a few comments about Callie. Sit there for a second. Let me pull these Callie comments up. Okay,
go for it.
Yeah. And I'm getting close to them. Hang on. I just got to scroll a little bit. Most of these comments popped up when I talked about how much I didn't trust her. Justin says, I don't think Callie is evil because she was so manipulated by science in the lab that it's like getting mad at a robot that was created by the Nazis. Fair. And she's older than Elle, so maybe was in a different like developmental period when she went through all that, or was there for longer, maybe, right? I guess to say I don't think she's evil, fair, but that doesn't mean she's acting in Elle's best interest. A robot created by the Nazis, you still shouldn't. I might not get mad at a robot created by the Nazis, but I still wouldn't trust it.
Yeah, fair.
Maybe, right? And then there's another question about, but Callie never had positive people around her. If anything, I think she's with Vecna rather than being with Kay, because Fletch had said, I think she's working with Kay, but is working with Vecna instead. And Lulu thinks she's working with Vecna also. I gotta say, at this point, I kind of felt like maybe she was working with Vecna also. I was very suspicious of her at this point, with her creeping around, listening to everything all the time.
Callie calls Vecna her brother. Did she? I missed that. I know she calls Elle her sister. I don't know.
Well, I guess, does she call Henry her brother?
Yeah.
Well, I assume he means Henry, but yeah, I missed. I don't.
She calls all the numbered people her brothers and sisters. I'm assuming
she does. And if they got Henry's blood, wouldn't he be kind of their father? But whatever.
It's a fucked up family tree. That's all I gotta say. Okay.
Ew. On so many levels.
All right. So she gets into the tank. There's more of her conversation with Mike there. This is about the cave. We already talked about that. Okay, so Holly almost falls into the mine shaft, but Max catches her and pulls her out. So they have found what they were looking for, potentially, this place, this memory that was important to Henry. So they're going to go investigate. And then we have more with Robin and
Vicky's ranting about Robin being on drugs.
Yeah, she's like, "You're on drugs," and she's like, "No, I'm not." And then this military guy comes in to try to find her, and Vicky does kind of tries to get him away from her at least. So Dustin is freaking out because Steve is trying to go after Nancy and Jonathan, and he's worried about him. And this is where he finally does kind of break down and says, I can't lose somebody else. Like, he's not dealt with losing Eddie very much. He's still grieving him, and now he's afraid he's going to lose more people. And yeah, right now Steve is the one trying to be the hero because he's going out after him.
How much did we? I love this scene.
Yeah, I did too, and I love how like moments later that ladder fell into the goo, so it was showing like if he hadn't stopped for with Dustin yelling, he'd be dead.
Scarlet, did you like it? Did you cry? Did you cry?
Did I cry?
I cried everything. So
no, but I thought it was a case of good acting. I mean, there's 2 or 3 things in here I think are really good acting by both actors in the scene, and this is one of them.
I agree with you. I think they were both good, and I think like Dustin's like complete breakdown here.
Yeah,
I think maybe Steve, when they had the fight earlier, I think Steve didn't realize how traumatized Dustin is by Eddie's death, and Dustin witnessed Eddie's death, which Steve didn't witness, right? So it's easier maybe to set it aside. Like I love seeing our boys get back together.
But yeah, he's going after them, and meanwhile,
yes, I'm
gonna go grab something.
In that minute, Dustin saved Steve's life, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and Steve needs to realize Dustin is just a kid, also. Yeah, I mean, and he's younger. Steve is like, would Steve and Robin still be? Steve and Robin graduated, or are they still like in high school?
I thought they graduated.
I think they graduated, right? And I think like Dustin is supposed to be like are they supposed to be in like the 10th grade? Maybe Dustin and the gang, they're like 15-ish, right?
I mean, I looked at some things from season 1 and they look like such babies in season 1.
I mean, I looked up all their ages in season 1, the ages of their characters now, the real ages in real life. I looked it all up today because I was like trying to get a grip on it. But I think it was one of the highlights of this episode.
Yeah, I agree with that.
When the show, even setting the writing aside, the show is good at hitting these emotional beats from time to time, right?
Mm-hmm.
That we really need to see. Lilu adds, but Steve is so clueless about people and death, like he couldn't understand Nancy and Barb. You're right. He couldn't understand Nancy and Barb. Mm-hmm. He really couldn't understand Nancy's trauma, because it's all about trauma, right? And Steve is like he's like Teflon, like the trauma doesn't seem to bother him, but he also can't understand anybody else's trauma, right? Steve is 2 years graduated, Nancy 1 year graduated, and the main group are sophomores. Thank you, Lilu. I can always count on you for the details. All right, you're back, Jamie, to the goo room.
Yes, back to the goo room. Okay. So this is where they have a heart-to-heart, and they decide to be honest with each other, and they they're talking about how they weren't sure if they should continue their relationship, and that they kind of lied about things, pretending everything they loved about each other when they were annoyed by each other, which a lot of the stuff you know, a lot of times I think you pretend your significant other is perfect and ignore things you don't like and lie about it. Some of it, like, oh, I don't like this type of music and stuff, was normal, you know, girlfriend, boyfriend stuff. But they finally kind of admit,
I can't
you
be
know,
with you anymore because I don't like the Clash.
yeah. But, you know, they finally do admit the important things, like I didn't like him saying that he did not actually apply to the college that he said he did in order to stay with her. And she says like that she didn't stay home during the summer because it wasn't really that she had to work, like she made it up. They needed some time apart. And,
but they actually also, they say out loud, are we standing there because of our shared trauma and because there's nobody else who can really understand what we've been through, and like, is that a reason to stay together, right?
yeah,
I mean, we definitely talk about that.
yeah.
Honest question, Karen, Jamie, and Scarlet. Did y'all take that Jonathan Nancy scene as a breakup scene? The showrunners had to come public confirming it, apparently.
You know, I at first
it was unproposal. They said it was an unproposal.
No, at first I thought they were going to make up, but yes, once they, you know, he said, "Will you not marry me?" Then it kind of was.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty obvious.
Yeah,
I mean, I thought it was pretty obviously a breakup, particularly when she tosses the ring aside. But I can't believe they had to come out and say that.
No, I mean, I will say at the beginning, I thought they were going to go through all this and tell the truth and then realize they loved each other. I thought was what was coming from that.
Yeah, I thought it might be coming too.
I mean, once he threw the ring and he asked her not to marry him, it was kind of like, yeah.
And
I do also think this is a possibility though, too. I'm not saying that I absolutely knew. I kind of agree with that too. Like, I did think they were breaking up, but it wasn't necessarily like a hard breakup. It was like, we need some space is kind of how I took it, I guess, is what I'm saying.
There were some people who took it like she's not staying with Jonathan, but she's not going back to Steve. And she's just going to like maybe not have a boyfriend for the first time in many years.
Yeah, that also doesn't mean they're getting back together either. It just means she's not with somebody else right now.
Yeah. Now, there's another couple of stay here for a second, Jamie, okay? Because there's another couple more comments.
So I see that side of it too. And that's why I said I thought where they were going was that they were going to realize they loved each other. But then when he said agree to not marry me, I was like, I think it's probably
Hang on just a second. Gambino says Nancy and Jonathan should have died in the goon room. I mean, especially look, except for their connections, I feel like Jonathan's part of the story is really, he's got no story this season. Like last season 4, he was more prominent.
But I feel like now his story is all about how he connects to Nancy, not his own story. Like Nancy has a story, he really doesn't.
Yeah, and we've got one more.
It's nice that the woman defines the man for once in the show. I will say that because it's usually the other way around.
It'd be really gross that they died in the room and then Dustin and Steve found them and they're all like,
That would be terrible.
But they were holding hands. They were holding the ring, and that's what counts.
Yeah.
There's another
together. Very true.
Well, yeah, they do say that, right? Like one is always drunk, one is always high. Each hates it about the other. And there's one more.
You can love each other and just be friends and realize that's all you should be as friends.
Yes.
Yeah, that's true.
I like Fletcher. They're just pissed off at the amount of plot armor they both had in this melting scene. Yeah, I definitely did not think they were going to die in this scene.
Yeah, and there's one comment I'm looking for which I can't really pull up right now. I'm gonna try to find it.
I thought they were gonna get up to the neck in goo before it stopped.
Well, that's like when characters go into like quicksand or they go into like
up to the neck.
Water, like when water, like in Lost when the water's coming up or whatever, right? And there's one more comment here that I really can't find. I'm sorry about it, but why did the goo suddenly freeze when they declared their feelings for each other? Like, what the hell was that?
That was something that was really, really weak. Like I thought at first it was just supposed to be like it only melted to a certain point, but that makes no sense because the energy thing was still there. It was still moving. There was no reason for it to stop.
how the F that it stopped melting, right? Like, what is that?
And why is it melting in the first place? We still don't even understand what the melting. Oh, well, that's right. You guys said it was in the play, but
wait, it was in the melting was in the plot. But Fletch thought they would make a Titanic scene with Jonathan sacrifice. Like he'd be on a chair floating
on the table,
let him on it. Lilu says at the very least, Nancy's Eddie wig should have melted into the floor. You guys are hilarious.
Like Jonathan, like Nancy on Jonathan's shoulders.
Yeah, the exotic matter stabilized. Maybe, but the question is why? It wasn't explained. Like, it doesn't make sense that it suddenly stabilized.
Yeah. Later, Dustin says, oh, maybe Nancy didn't totally shoot it. Maybe she didn't kill it. Like, there's no, like, it's there for a whole thing, and then all of a sudden it stops. The goo just stops, right?
Yeah. There's more.
Like you're gonna say the goo's romantic.
There's where she throws it and it hits the top of the floor, or the solidified goo, and they know it's over.
They hear the clinking and they're like, oh, it's solidified for some unknown reason.
Well, am I the only? I guess I'm dumb because I'm always like thinking, don't you at least pick the ring up? Like, go get your money for the ring, man. Pick the ring. Although I guess Murray gave it to him, so maybe he didn't pay for it. But still, I'm always like, why would you just leave the ring on the floor? Like, even if you're not going to get married, don't leave the ring. I hate when they do that and stuff like that. It irritates me. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm going to pick up that ring and sell on it.
So, granted, in the other rooms where we saw the soldiers' corpses frozen, that had solidified also, right? Like, for some reason, it does solidify.
I just don't understand the melding. Like, is that supposed to be the building melding, or is it something? I still don't understand. And maybe if I watch the play, I will understand.
I think if you watch the play and if you watch the Philadelphia Experiment, you might know. But again, I feel like that's an unfair commitment. Like, you have to either go to New York, right? Or you have to.
It's 1999 ring, and Nancy don't care. She's a rich girl. You're probably right.
All right, you're right. Yeah. I'm just against that you have to go to New York to see a show, or you have to like illegally download a recording of it to know what's going on here, right?
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I'm the kind of person like I'd
read about the Philadelphia Experiment.
Well, yeah, but you wouldn't know. All right, let's jump on it. Let's keep going. I gotta plug in my
like so Murray traveling through military just to hand the ring to Jonathan, and that's the ring, and it leaves it in the upside down.
Yeah, right. Murray risked his life to get that ring.
So melting might be the upside down destroying. She shot the wall of the bridge. It started to melt into oblivion. The armor came to the rescue.
Could be foreshadowing in that sense, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
All right.
So Elle wakes up. She has gotten. Oh no, this is where she sees Will. This is in her. Sorry, this is in her.
This is in her mind space.
Yeah. Let's see. Did you notice?
She's like, Will, show me where you are.
Yeah, did you notice when Holly's escaping Vecna's lair, she's showing an under armor?
No.
No, I did not notice that. We'll have to look for that. I did not see that. But yeah.
Like, Will, you have to show me where you are so I can come and get you.
Yeah, and she connects to him in the I still want to say underground, upside down. I don't know why I started saying underground.
But this is a mind space. She doesn't physically go there. It's a mind space.
No, that's true. This isn't actually literally the upside down. Whoops. You're right. I think you're right. Like Stranger Things, Holly Under Armour equals Game of Thrones. I don't know how to say that though.
Daenerys, Starbucks cup. Yeah.
Same energy, that they didn't cut out. But yes, you're right. It's technically not the upside down. It's the mind space, whatever you want to call it. And she rescues him. And then whenever he wakes up, this is when he says, he couldn't resist him and that he told him about Max, which still doesn't make tons of sense, but we'll just move on from it. All right. So they are down in the mine shaft and following the memory. Yeah, it probably will be a hot mess lately. So yeah, they follow the memory and they find this guy who pointed his gun at, had fallen. It looked like his leg was broken or something. and he'd fallen down the mine shaft, and Henry found him and was going to help him, but he pulled the gun on him and started threatening him, and almost shot him.
So
And then
not almost shot him. He shot him through the hand.
that's right. He shot him in the hand. Okay. Shot him in the hand.
This is weird, right? Like this guy is injured.
It's an awful man.
And he's very frightened of a little 8-year-old Boy Scout. He's like, who are you? Did they send you? What's going on? And he's terrified of this little kid to the point that he shoots him. Turns out he should be terrified because Henry kills him.
Yeah.
But like,
so to be fair, Henry, I mean, I feel like with Henry, it was a little bit, I mean, I don't want to say it was completely self-defense. I don't know that I'd call it self-defense, but for a kid, it was kind of like he didn't know what to do. You know what I mean? I think that is what started Henry on a murder.
I don't think any normal kid thinks, I don't know what to do. Let me bludgeon him to death with a rock.
Well, but I mean, he was scared. I could kind of maybe forgive what he did at that point, and it was showing he was human. I think that's what made him.
Are you kidding me, Jamie? You
he was going to kill him. He shot him. I don't understand why he did it. I think he went kind of nuts when he bludgeoned him. But I mean, he did protect himself.
I'm sorry. Protecting yourself would be hitting him once and running.
Yeah, I said after that it kind of went crazy and kept hitting him. But I mean, he was at the beginning protecting himself, is what I'm saying.
Protecting himself.
I don't think Henry was protecting himself and then went crazy and lost it. I think Henry was protecting himself and hit the guy. And maybe he liked it.
Maybe he liked it.
I think Henry is not, I would never give Henry any way out that he was somehow, whatever. I'm more interested in the fact that this man is very frightened of a little child. And what do you think that's about?
Yeah, I think it's interesting what you said about the case. Wait, I want to bring up about because we're already moved past before we go too far. Jay says, as to why did it stop liquefying? Not sure if it had to do with matter restabilizing or has something to do with emotions as it stopped when they're being honest and loving. I don't know, but I feel like if it stopped because of their emotions, that is bad writing. I'm not saying you're not right. I'm just saying I feel like if that's the case, I don't understand why they would do that.
It would piss me off.
Yeah, it would piss me off too. But you could be right. I'm not saying you're not right. I'm just saying I think it was lousy writing if that's the case. Sorry, go ahead. I finished what you were saying. I didn't mean to.
Really, why do you guys think? I mean, there's so many questions here. Who this guy is and what's going on here.
Also, why was the little boy
walking
around those places? That's also a good question.
I guess, but it reminded me a little bit of the, that part of Indiana Jones where River Phoenix played the young Indiana, and he was a Boy Scout also, and he was exploring underground, and he ran into some Nazis, as happens. Or not Nazis, but
he didn't blood them to death. I guess it's okay.
They weren't Nazis, but they were like antiquities thieves or whatever. Like, I'm less interested in why a little boy was exploring a cave as to why a grown man was afraid of a little boy. And I keep asking you this because it made me wonder if he has previously been exposed to children with powers. And that's why he's so terrified of Henry. He's got a case. What's in there? Why is he afraid of a little kid? Who sent you? I was like, oh, is this like, Collie talks about being cycles. Like, was there a cycle even before Henry? Is that why this guy is so afraid of Henry?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't.
I'm the only person who thought
like you said earlier, is it possible? You also said something like, is it possible it was something in that case? And then Henry was exposed to it.
Yes. Like, we don't see Henry open the case. We see he goes open the case and then the girls walk away. So was that the first time Henry got the blood or the particles or the infection or whatever it is that gave him powers, right?
Was that, did he open the case?
Unfortunately, the kid who found the case was a natural psychopath.
Yeah, but also he didn't beat him to death until he opened the case. So the case
not true. Not true. The guy shot him.
No, you're right. He opened the case himself after. I was thinking, never mind, you're right.
And we never see what happens there.
No, we don't see what's in it. So yeah. I don't know. They're saying
yes, clearly he was correct to be afraid of Henry. It's a flashback to Henry's first kill.
Here.
Yeah. Could that case be his first touch with the mind flayer and the upside down? Yes.
Also, you skipped one here and he said, I bet that man was working for Brenner and stole the particles of the mind flayer. How did you find me? I think Brenner was after the man in the briefcase.
All right.
That's possible.
I like it. It's speculation, though, at this point.
Yeah,
but,
exactly. And somebody, I want to say Lilu, I think. Ow, 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 ow. That hurt. Ow. I caught my ripped toenail again.
Let's just go for a second. Jay Vasquez is correct. They really needed to make the play available on Netflix as a miniseries and not make it so inaccessible to the millions of Stranger Things fans, because a lot of these things would, right? Because a lot of these things would make more sense.
There's a documentary about the play if you want to watch it on Netflix. 90-minute documentary about it.
And yet it's not been promoted as like
Which
sure
makes
you
it
watch
worse.
Makes it worse, right?
Yeah.
And it's not been promoted as like you guys should watch
I feel
it.
the documentary on Netflix makes it worse.
Yeah. I mean, we have a lot of
play on. They're putting a documentary about the play.
Yeah, that's terrible. Right, and not the play. Yeah, that's much worse. You're correct. Like, what the hell is that?
Yeah.
There's a lot of speculation in the chat that this is the first time that Henry gets exposed to Mind Flayer. So everybody's calling this Dimension X. I'm sorry, but in the show it's called The Abyss. Like, is Dimension X from the play? Is that why you guys are calling it that?
I do believe so.
Because in the show it's called The Abyss, right? Like Dustin names it The Abyss. Like Dimension X is. I'm not sure that I saw that on the show, right?
Sorry, I'm like owing because my nail got pulled off the rest of the way. Like I told you, it was like split and hanging.
Yeah.
It just like the whole chunk came off. That's why I'm saying ow and hold on. I had to get toenail clippers because it's hurting.
Jay thinks the case contained the technology that transported him to Dimension X. I thought that Elle accidentally sent him to Dimension X at the end of, the events of season.
Well, that's the thing that's confusing to me, because they were showing from what we've seen before that Elle sent him to the Upside Down, whatever, that it was because she ripped a hole and it sent him through. But according to these episodes, it's saying that he's originally from Dimension X. So it's two conflicting things, in my opinion.
Fletch says you can see the particles coming out when he opens the case. I did not see that. I don't know, Fletch, if you're saying that's a given or I didn't see it. Holly was about to see Henry getting possessed by the Mind Flayer. Max had to ruin the scene. But Jay's right. It sounds like from all of you guys, the play is almost required viewing. I feel like everyone in the chat knows more than I know.
Yeah, that's where I want to go.
And
it's hard to make a good discourse when half the people have seen the play and half the people haven't.
And the play is critical. Like, it's not like if you saw, you can talk about Harry Potter movies without seeing the show because it was set so far after, right? Or you can talk about other things. You could always talk about Lost without watching the web episodes because they were extra. They weren't critical to the plot, right? But this seems to really be a horrible user experience.
I agree. I think that
so it sounds like a lot of what Fletcher is saying in the chat. You're saying they call it Dimension X in the play, but Dustin calls it The Abyss because of D&D, right? And that's why, so that's why I feel like Fletch. I'm a little concerned that that's why I'm saying Dimension X is the same location as the cave, but in a future or past timeline. Is this am I getting all these spoilers from you in the chat right now for episodes that are coming in 2 weeks?
I'm guessing it's still a theory. I don't know that they. Maybe I'm wrong, but I was trying to look. I'm waiting. I've got it playing to see when he opens the case, and I'm going to take a screenshot of it right now.
Yeah,
but he hasn't opened it yet. He's pulling the case. It feels like it's going really, really slow. I'm waiting for him to open the damn freaking case.
Yeah.
Open the case, kid.
Long history of cases and films.
And Lilu's right. Did they not have a show Bible where is it The Abyss? Should they just have had? Should they just have called it Dimension X and not gone with The Abyss? Should they have, right?
The show Bible should have listed ages. Ages is the first thing they should have listed.
Yeah. It looks like smoke, not like particles, but there's something in it. That could have been like ice. It could be like dry ice or something.
I like Jay Vasquez, the mist coming out of the suitcase.
I didn't even see that. Yeah.
Maybe freezer air.
Yeah.
In case contain the particles, and we know the Mind Flayer likes the cold. it could be blood. It could be blood that needs to be kept frozen also, right?
Yeah, it
Like,
could be. Yeah, maybe it wasn't Henry's blood originally. Maybe it was somebody else's blood and it got on him.
Yeah.
Who knows? But it does kind of to me look like that's what I was saying. I didn't see his comment yet. It looks like when they open a freezer, like all the like dry ice or whatever.
But that could be, I mean, that could be the moment where Henry is affected, infected, afflicted, whatever.
Whatever you want to call it, he's affected by it.
Yeah. All right, so let's keep moving.
Yep. Sorry. Okay.
Sorry.
So yeah, he kills the guy. You know, I noticed that like Holly's the one that watched him open it. It would be really crazy if like, because she's seen that in the vision, like it affected her.
She doesn't see it. Max distracts her before she sees it.
Well, it looked to me like she went back to stand and watch it while Max was digging.
She sees the murder and make
no. I mean, while Max is trying to pull rocks out of the cave wall to make a way for them to go through, she stopped and walked back and looked at him open the case. I just got it because I just took screen captures of it.
If you say so, I don't feel like that's what I saw, but if you just watch it, I believe you.
Yes.
At any rate, she does witness the murder, which I would think would be very traumatic for little Holly, although she's seen her mother attacked by a Demogorgon, so maybe Henry beating a man to death with a rock is not that bad.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But like Henry, I mean, I really feel that shows that Henry was a disturbed person before any of this happened to him. His being disturbed, I feel, is not because of anything supernatural or scientific. I think he's just a organically disturbed child.
That's fair.
To me, I like if we had Lori here, who's a psychologist, maybe she'd have an opinion.
Yeah, she could tell us. All right, so
Justin will probably read the name Dimension X on Brenner Syrie next episode. It's okay, not a big deal.
He's like, it's not a big deal, but I'm right. It's kind of what you said, Fletcher, right? I'm just teasing. Yeah. I'm just teasing. All right, so he's hoping that Max will wake up. Meanwhile,
Lucas, you mean?
Lucas is hoping that Max will wake up, and meanwhile, Henry has sent the Demogorgons after Max, and this is where Will's like, I'm sorry, I had to, I told him, and he's going after Max. So she wakes up and she's like, we got to go get Max, even though, she's in a hospital that he should have been able to find really easily. Although, to be fair, they have no internet, but I'm just saying, well, they don't have, I shouldn't say they have no internet. They don't have internet like we have internet. There was internet, but not for
the internet.
Not for like normal people. Like NASA had internet, but
yeah.
And then the Demogorgons are at the hospital attacking people. And this is where I love this part where Vicky finally saw them and gets this look like she doesn't know what to say at that point. She's like, I'm sorry, I said you were drugged or you were druggy or something like that. I forget exactly what she said, but something like that. Yeah. Creepy. But she finally saw it, so that's good. And then meanwhile, Mrs. Wheeler here woke up, and I guess she knew her family was in trouble.
Yeah, I have a question about that. Can I ask you this question, Jamie? Because you're going to give your answer, but I'd love to ask you first, and then Scarlet. So when she sits up, it's right when Robin's on the intercom saying the Demogorgons are coming. They're in the staircase. Make sure you take the elevator. They're after Max. Blah blah. But
I loved how she's like, it doesn't have to be private. She's like, shout it.
But Jamie, you said you felt like she woke up because she sensed something?
No, I'm not sure. I was more going to say I was surprised that she came and saved them because it wasn't like her kids that were in danger. And also, how does she know what a Demogorgon, like she knows what a Demogorgon is because she's seen one, but like no one's ever called it a Demogorgon that she's like, oh no, there's a Demo. You know what I mean? Like, how would you know what that meant unless somebody had mentioned it? I don't think they ever called it that in front of her, did they?
No. Scarlet, what did you, well, maybe she overheard it while her kids were sitting around her hospital room. I don't know. Scarlet, what did you think?
I was confused by the whole thing because they're supposed to be after Max and they're playing Kate Bush, but the Demodogs decided to not go there.
I just kind of wondered if maybe having been attacked by a Demogorgon, she's able to sense that it's around.
Oh, like
Maybe.
being bit by a vampire.
Yeah, maybe. I do think
a Harker thing.
maybe that big announcement would wake a lot of people up who aren't in a coma. If you're just sleeping, it would wake you up.
It's true.
And maybe she knows Lucas, she knows Max, they're kids,
Mm-hmm.
she's a mom, she hates the Demogorgon and wants to fuck that thing up.
Yeah. And she helps them, she's closer to getting her kid.
Yeah.
I love Lulu. This is funny though. Nobody cares about Ted. I forgot about Ted too. Who cares? Nobody cares about Ted.
Yeah, who knows?
Why is he not at his wife's bedside right this minute, right?
Well, to be fair, he's like almost died too, so he might not be able to be at the bedside. But
that's true. Yeah.
She remembered that for her own attack. She's saying the lights flickered. She'd remember that for her own attack. Whoops, wrong thing.
Oh, sorry.
But
yeah, I think you might remember from her own attack, right?
Yeah. All right. Well, either way, he grabs, that kid is awful damn strong. He can carry her all the way down the hall. Did that irritate anybody? Like, I get it, and I appreciate it, but I'm thinking there is no way that a kid, I don't think you could carry somebody that far. I don't know. I mean, unless you're like really, really like.
Sure you can. She's been in a coma for like a year. She probably weighs next to nothing.
Super skinny.
I guess, right? But no, he's not that big. I mean, he's her age. I don't know. To me, it seemed a little.
I'm not sure. Okay, so first of all, he's 27 years old in real life.
Well,
he's 24. He's 24. He's 24 in real life. I'm sorry. She has only taken IV or through a stomach tube for the last year and a half or whatever. She weighs nothing.
Dropping the pounds.
She has no muscle mass. She has nothing. Plus, people who are stressed have major.
We have more adrenaline. That's true. It seems like an awful long way to be carrying.
So, he kicked a demo dog, and I don't remember him kicking a demo dog. It was beyond. Maybe that's down below when they get there. Lucas thinks the demo dog was beyond ridiculous. Yeah, but Lucas got
like the holding the radio.
Made it up. Those Kool-Aid spoons. These are guests from this hospital scene, right? He's been working on that front kick since season 2 and can take multiple bullets. And he took a Demogorgon scratch not that long ago, right? Like he was scratched by a Demogorgon in the tunnels only like maybe days ago on this show, right? So Jamie, I'll give you that.
Demogorgon. I never thought about that. Maybe they'll turn into Demogorgons. And
I mean,
when you say I'm joking.
But I mean, when you say maybe he doesn't have the strength, I forgot that he had a Demogorgon scratch.
Right. I'm just saying, for somebody who's like the same age, unless you're somebody who lifts weights, to be able to run down a hallway for like minutes carrying a person. I'm not saying that she isn't light and he couldn't lift her. I'm saying like to carry her that far. Like if it was somebody like The Rock carrying her, like I would believe it. But I don't know. It just seemed a little.
I bet she weighs 105 pounds, if that.
No, yeah, I'm not saying he couldn't lift her. I'm saying he carried her that far. I don't know.
You've never been in love. Love makes you strong.
I guess so.
He's in love with her, and it's life or death. Like people get
a lot of stories about like people moving buses and picking up a bus because their kids are underneath it. Like they pick up a bus because their kids are.
I mean, yes, Fletch. Devin Dogs killed Bob, a grown-up. But
yes,
I mean, it's life or death. How much adrenaline would be going through your body if demo dogs were chasing you?
Yeah. I guess that.
Pick up that girl, pick up that radio, and go.
It never occurred to me for 1 second that he couldn't carry her that distance.
I don't know why it even occurred to me. And I said, I don't know. I just was thinking, like, could he have really carried her that far?
Of all
I noticed some things sometimes carry.
Of all the poorly written things in this, okay, this might be bad, Jamie. I'll give you maybe it's bad. It's maybe number 33 on my list.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. I can't help that that's what popped into my head, but I'm just saying.
I think she weighs next to nothing after not eating any food for a year.
That's true.
And he's in love.
And he's in love.
And he's in love.
But
yes, he should put the boombox in her lap and he'd have a better grip on her, right?
But it makes a better composite shot if he's running in his hand.
Down my veins if a demo dog was chasing me. Ask Bob. Apparently not enough when it came to Bob, right?
Yeah. I mean, he's carrying his half-dressed beloved.
All right. All right.
Mhm.
Yeah, he
Yep.
kicked the Demodog when they were in the elevator. That's right. Same
Yeah,
Demodog
yeah,
that
he
killed
did.
soldiers a minute before. You guys are right. Oh, and she's wearing little clothing. It weighs very little. That little thing that she has, that little gown weighs nothing, right?
I thought you're saying it weighs nothing. I thought she meant because she was almost naked. It made it easier.
Yeah.
For him to want to carry.
Oh, holding a radio, that's some serious provider strength. Let me tell you. Well, he does play basketball,
Uh-huh.
right?
Yeah, he does.
He
He
did.
Yeah, he's athletic.
Yeah.
He is athletic.
Yeah.
I'll give it to you.
Okay, it was maybe a little, there were maybe some issues here, but it was so romantic, right? Like he's been playing that long, and that he won't give up the radio, the song, which he believes is, you know,
that I appreciated. He's like, no, we can't turn it off. And they're like, you have to turn it off. They're coming. They can, can hear it. He did finally, I think, turn it off. It wasn't clear. I didn't hear it anymore.
No, it kept playing. It kept playing. They just went to the dryers instead for some reason.
I love that part also, but we're going to get to it, I guess. So let's go.
All right. So he runs with her. That's where he's at the elevator. And meanwhile, Max there is trying to make her way through. And this kind of goes back and forth. And they're all running away from the Demogorgons. They get into the basement. They take the time to laugh instead of worrying about
have a little laugh.
Because it's TV,
Yes.
So
that is totally Jurassic Park, right? Where they run around and they hide there.
Yeah, it is. You're right.
It's totally Jurassic Park, where they're behind that thing and the Demogorgon is coming, right?
Yeah, the Demodog. And these are Demodogs, right? Not Demodogs.
They're Demodogs. So
good shot.
Did you guys think it was a little? I guess it's a little plot armory that the Demodogs are so vicious, and then they get to the laundry room and they're all like slow and snooping and sniffing around, right? And they can't apparently hear a boombox.
Yeah. Well, I think they're supposed to be, I'm guessing, mostly blind, and they go by sound. I'm guessing. I don't know. I don't know if they ever actually said that.
Yes. And there's a boombox playing the entire time.
Yeah. They kind of had to turn off the boombox. What I was thinking is like if they had maybe made it, what to me would have made more sense is if they if before he ran, like if he put the boombox up to the speakerphone or something, then like it could have been playing on the whole hospital.
That would have been smarter, Jamie.
Oh,
maybe.
I'm a better writer.
Yeah, that's a better idea.
He couldn't run down to the lobby, or he might get killed. He had to go down the elevator, right? He didn't have time to go to the lobby.
He slapped on the way and set the
smart.
I know. And then they couldn't track him by the sound. See?
Yeah. And Bob died because a little thing fell on the ground and the Demodogs heard it. Lucas had a radio on maximum volume, and Demodogs were acting like they didn't know where Robin, Lucas, and Max were at. Yeah, it was a little.
But they hear the clunking. They hear the clunking in the dryer, though.
You're right. The Demogorgons do see, though, because we see when Will sees what they see. I forgot about that. But is that more of like, are they more using like an echolocation type thing, and we're just seeing it?
I think they might have some sensory thing that we don't.
Yeah, it might just be the way they're showing it to us. I don't know.
Yeah,
everybody Kate Bush. Yep, even the Demodogs, they don't mind. They like Kate Bush.
But Robin says, "Will we have to turn it off?" She says, "Lucas, turn it off," and he says, "We can't. She's coming back. I have to play this for her." Right.
And this is when they show the oxygen tank in the dryer, washer, whatever washer. Right. Excuse me, clothes washer,
dryer.
Okay, clothes dryer. I don't remember which it was.
You gotta have some heat for it to
blow.
That's
great. It didn't need the heat. And it blows. It goes boom and kills the Demodogs, of course. And it was Karen Wheeler, you find out after, who killed them. And then...
Or as they called her in Vulture, Karen, Mother effing Wheeler.
Yeah, the badass.
Yeah, that's great. Meanwhile, Max and Holly have made it into the, I don't know what you want to call it, the doorway of the mind... Whatever, they're close to the exit points. Karen Demo Killer Wheeler, yeah. They're close to the exit points. Max sees her where she's got to go through, and she's ready to travel through. But Holly is like, what do I do? What do I do? And she's like, you need to find your own way. Which
Whoops.
reminds me,
I forgot to tell you this info, girl.
yeah, but also, who was it? Was it Fletcher earlier?
I felt like that came out of nowhere. Like she was like, sorry, Holly.
Yeah, I know, right? But somewhere here, where'd it go? I think it was Fletcher asked about what if she went through her mind.
Yeah, that's down. What would happen if I mean, did you feel like that was a bait and switch, you guys?
I thought it was
no,
really
because
awkward.
I didn't really care as much about Holly, to be honest. I wanted Max to come back.
Really? I thought it was a little kind of shitty that she kept that. Do you think she?
In the way I thought you meant like in the way as a viewer. Was it shitty of Max? No, not really, because if she told her that, she wouldn't have been brave, and she might have freaked out and not got that far. But yeah, I do kind of a little bit feel like she's like, you're on your own, kid, just a little bit. But I don't blame her for wanting to leave. I don't know where that starred comment was. I think it was Fletcher. Here it is. Here it is. I found it. What would happen if Holly went through Max's portal? Would she wake up in Max's body? I don't know. I kind of assume it wouldn't work, but I don't know. That's interesting. It is an interesting thought.
I wonder if she jumped in, she just wind up right back where she started or something like that. Like you can't go.
Maybe. Because it's a doorway out. It's not like a doorway back to the real world. It's like a doorway out of his mind and your own mind, you know?
But I kind of really wondered if Max knew all along and she was keeping this from Holly, and she couldn't have just said, Holly, we're going to find our 2 exits. Don't worry. I'll find yours and mine. Like why'd she have to lie to a 7-year-old the entire time and then be like, guess what, 7-year-old, you're on your own, but don't worry, you're strong enough.
That's fine.
Yeah, no, I agree. I do feel like she kind of acted like that, but I don't know that it was supposed to read that way. I felt like it was more... I mean, she's scared. She wants to go home. But yeah, I thought she was going to like help her find it first. And she's like,
it was just like really sudden.
It was a little weird. But I think that if she had told her as a 7-year-old, like you don't tell a 7-year-old that, because she would have gotten so scared she wouldn't have been able to run and get away.
Yeah, she's the most coached 7-year-old in the history of television.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just saying, like, sometimes when people know something, like, they'll freak out and won't keep going. You know what I mean? And she
saw a man bludgeoned to death. She saw her mother like slashed by the kid has seen a lot.
True. Right? And Max might also not have been thinking about it either. She's probably just thinking like, we got to get out of here. And then, but yeah, I feel like she should have stayed and helped her find the doorway, not been like, you'll find it.
See it, Max
had a flip earlier in the episode where Max says, we're going to find my way out. And Holly says, what do you mean? Aren't we both going? Like there's a place where Max slips a little earlier, I think.
Okay. Then she definitely thought about it, I guess, ahead of time. But I don't know. I mean, you've been in there that long. You want to leave. She's a teenager. She's allowed to be selfish and want to live.
Enough to screw over a 7-year-old and leave her behind after you lead her along.
Sister.
I mean, it's one thing to like leave somebody behind. She just leave her behind. She used her.
Kind of. I don't think that's why I said I don't know that it was supposed to play that way. But you're right. She kind of did. I'm not disagreeing with that. I just don't know that it was supposed to play that way. I think it was just kind of like she was scared. She wanted to get out of there, and then she had to figure out what to do next. And then she's like,
I mean, Lilo thought agrees it was very shitty to not give her a heads up.
Mm-hmm.
For the last possible moment.
I also think she knew she did. There's also the idea that she knows that when Holly gets out, Holly isn't going to be out, because she even says like, you're going to be in the Upside Down. You're not going to be on Earth.
If you can get away from him, you will be in the Upside Down.
Yeah. So
she doesn't say like, it's fine. She's like, oh, if you can get away, you're going to wake up somewhere. If you can wake up, if you can get through, right?
Yeah. Yeah. She kind of
I thought it was pretty. I know she's been there a long time, but she used Holly And it's only by aging up Holly to be as tall as, look, she's 7 years old and she's like 1 inch shorter than Max, right?
Yeah.
Yep. She's an old soul.
Lilo says, I know Max wouldn't do that on purpose. It's the writer's fault. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I said I don't know that it
And
was
plus,
meant
she has.
that way.
No, but not
Well, plus
intentional.
they have
The
to stand
writers
there-
write it with intention.
Right, but I'm saying I don't
They
think
have to
they
stand
wanted you to think that. I think it's just written badly.
Okay, but that's terrible.
And then,
It is. I'm not disagreeing with that. All right. So at
and they
any
have
rate,
it, but then,
these are
can I say something?
Yes,
sorry,
please.
go ahead. Sorry. I'm
Go.
trying to
Because I keep
go.
getting interrupted. Then they
Sorry.
had to have this whole talk that lasted 5 minutes of her explaining it to her. And if she could have explained it to her earlier, maybe they could have gotten out faster.
Yeah.
Yeah. tried.
That becomes why they're explaining why she's explaining
Yeah.
it, right?
They're being chased by Vecna and they're talking. And then also they run in slow motion, which slows them down a lot.
They start walking first. They're not
Yeah.
even running. They're just
Yeah,
kind of
what was
walking.
keep running up that hill, not walking up the hill, man. Run.
Kind of just
So
moseying on up that hill.
this is one of those times, Scarlet, where like people stop to have a conversation when they
Yes.
shouldn't. Like there's like, or on this show,
Which is something I like about the show and also don't like about the show.
like everyone always needs a pep talk. This is like the 4th pep talk of just this episode. Never mind the season, right? Like everyone always needs a pep talk.
It's always when they're in peril too, and it's like, here, let's have a 10-minute pep talk.
Yeah.
You know.
Max is running. up the hill.
Chatting up that hill.
Yeah, pretty much.
I think Max took long because she knew she was safe for a while because they were at the part of Henry's memories where he wasn't going to enter, which was the cave. They were before, yes, but this part, he caught her in this part before, right? So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh my God.
Needed to speed it up a bit.
Meanwhile, Max is running up that bill, that hospital bill.
That's a good one.
That is a good one. All right. So at any rate, she tells her to be brave, and that she doesn't need her. This is where she says that like that toy, she doesn't really need it, that she's the brave warrior or whatever. And that she thought she needed the music to get out. But after all, she doesn't. She just needs Lucas. So you'll find it and you're going to wake up in a scary place, but you'll be fine. Bye. And
yeah, so we have I'm gonna grab a comment we have about that up in here. Hang on, stay right there. Hang on, I got it. The bridge, blah blah, could have been vision. Some of these things feel like they're going away when I'm trying to find them. I'm still saying time travel, but okay, this comment is totally gone, and I'm kind of irritated that they are disappearing. Somebody commented, oh, here it is. I'm sorry. It's Fletcher. I hated that the showrunner decided to change the plot that you need music to set free from Vecna. That was literally the plot last season. Now we have Max saying, I didn't need music, really. Right?
Yeah.
I think it's the friends we made along the way.
Yeah. No, I agree. I mean, I get it. Like she needed her friends or whatever, but it's dumb. Yeah, it's dumb.
Well, she did need the music.
Fletcher said what Holly said, but I don't have a boyfriend.
I know, that was great.
Sorry, Holly.
Poor thing.
I guess it'll be harder for you.
And then also it's like you just need something to tie you to the world, which makes sense. It makes sense.
We've been hearing that Kate Bush song over and over again for no reason. Yeah.
Yeah. Especially because like Max's excuse here, she's like, oh, Holly, you just need something to tie you to the real world. You don't need music. You don't need you don't need a boyfriend. You need something to tie you to the real world. And what ties Max to the real world is her boyfriend. It's not that song. The song doesn't tie her to the real world. It's Lucas. Like that song was solitary. We never saw the whole 6 of them jumping around singing right up that hill, right? Like it was her personal thing. It's Lucas that ties her to the world.
Which
And
is
she's
why
like,
she says, I don't have a boyfriend.
it's like, I need a boyfriend. But I'm also, yes, I think we were all sold on this idea that the music was what was, it was the music that was bringing her, that music got through.
Yeah.
And in the end, it was
because
the boyfriend.
it's been used in the past a lot.
Yeah, we've seen it in the past a lot. You're right. It's been common on other shows. Yep.
Like,
All right.
girl.
Well, that is
That's
the
annoying.
end of that episode.
All right. So should we stop here because it's 1 a.m? And we've been on the air for 2 hours, or does people have another? Can we promise to keep it to like an hour?
I mean,
I'd rather keep
it's
it
going to be
to an hour
wrong
and
whether
get
we
it done
do it
at 2.
now or we do it next time. I'm fine doing it now as long as we get off.
I want to do it now. I want to do
All
it
right,
now.
let's do it.
The
Let's
holidays
move it
are
though.
weird, and I don't want to have to do it.
I
right
will
now.
try.
Like burning up. I don't know if I have a hot flash or it's hot in my house, but I'm burning up.
I know the reason we take so
Sorry,
long is because the reason we take so long is because I'm always ranting. So I will try to be quiet for this next hour.
Keep the ranting to a minimum.
I think I have less photos too. That helps.
All right.
I gotta line it up so I can.
I'm gonna hit some more. Like this girl is 7 going on 10. She has no confidence, and she's
some going
12,
on 20.
and she's like 12 or 14 in real life. Which, look, I do think she's a great actress. I do really enjoy. I think this kid. I think most of the kids are pretty good. I like Derek, and I like some of those little girls who are also in the house, and they show
they're cool.
Yeah, I think she's a good actress. I don't dislike her and the story, except I wish they kind of could excise the whole thing from this show and made it a little faster this season and get it over with, right?
Yeah. Or put the ages, move the ages around so they make more sense.
Yeah. I would have rather them have just said like she's 9 and like made the joke about her father not knowing the age, and you just accept that they aged her up from what she was originally. Because this whole, you're supposed to think she's 7, but you're not supposed to think, it's just confusing and annoying. Yeah, but it is what it is. All right, so Max wakes up. Yay! I have to say, I was really like hoping that Max would wake up, and that was, I didn't care as much about Holly waking up.
Were you really tired of Max being in a coma for the better part?
Yeah, I'm kind of like, Max needs to wake up. Holly can get away later. You knew Holly wasn't going to get away right now.
Fine.
That was the plot for the season. It wasn't.
Now, granted, Sadie Sink made a couple of movies, at least 2 movies during this time, so good for her, right? While her character was in a coma. She wakes up.
Oh, there she is, and she hugs Lucas. And I don't know if I have the 11's reaction or not. I don't think I have a picture of that. So,
well, she doesn't see her here in the hospital. She sees her.
Okay, it's here. All right.
Meanwhile, Holly
reaction to realizing Hopper was actually alive and not dead. Great writing. Did she think Hopper was dead?
She was out for all of season 4 when he got sucked into the Russian in the mall. She's been
so she'd have no reason to think. I see.
Yeah, she's been in a coma since the mall.
Yeah, so there's the huge ass cocoon weird thing that she's in with Vecna juice being pumped down her belly.
So gross.
Yeah, so gross. So
Why?
she wakes up. Yeah, she wakes up in there, and she does force her way out. Now, I think because I didn't take as many pictures, I think it was earlier whenever they say something like that it wasn't, the wall wasn't keeping them from Holly. Maybe not yet. Whenever she falls and they say she's not in the upside down. At one point they say something like Holly isn't in the upside down. And that's when we
didn't
know.
fall yet. That hasn't happened yet. Right?
Yeah, I don't know. They show this, so I assumed it was because she's already out.
She gets herself out, and she gets out of the cocoon, and this is when she digs through the hole, and that's what she sees, right?
That's what I was trying to figure out. I thought that they told them that by now. I thought when she dug the hole, we already knew it wasn't.
Jumped way ahead here. This is when she gets out of the cocoon, and she tries to, and this is where she gets away, she runs away, and this is where she is. She's not
Yeah, which we
in
think
the
at this
Upside
point,
She
she's
thought
in the
she'd be
cave.
in Hawkins. She thought she'd be in Hawkins, and she's not. She's in Golden, whatever this place is. So I get why people are saying it looks like Henry's Cave. I wouldn't say it looks exactly, but it looks like a version or an image of it. Yes.
I don't know. I think it looks the same, but like I said, desert is desert. I don't notice enough about it to know.
I wouldn't say it's identical. I would say it's a version or right or the light is not the same. It's not identical.
Not the same. What I will say is when I first saw this, I remember thinking that she was in the desert as opposed to Hawkins. So we must not have known yet that it wasn't Earth. It was, I think, between this and the next picture, because there's a couple more pictures in between. There's the Melody.
Here we are in the not frozen room. This is a great scene. Now we're rushing through this, but this is a scene where these two are trying to get rescued, and we're going to see them like they're trying to break themselves out now, right?
Yeah, and yes, I didn't take pictures of them trying to get out of the room.
I thought it was really great to see them now that they've like bared their souls, they're once again a team working at like getting out. And they're also able to be like, she's like, just cut it out. You're going to hurt yourself.
Yeah. Oh, excuse me.
Here's the diary.
Yeah. I don't think you can read anything. No, you can't.
It's like a blood cell on the one side.
Fletcher's saying the light isn't the same because the mind flare conquered it. That's why it has the yellow X-ray. It's definitely possible. We could find out next week that Fletcher is. No, I know. I'm just saying we don't know. I said you can find out next week that Fletcher's been right and we're wrong. So I don't know.
I don't think it has to be the past or the future. It could just be a mirror dimension or a bizarro world version of things.
It could be. I mean, it is like kind of the true upside down, right? Like the upside down's like the in between. So it's like the real upside down kind of.
Or it could still be a mind fuck somehow.
It could be. Anyway, this is where he explains to them what the wall is. And he says that Holly's not on the other side of the wall. She's not in the upside down.
I mean, the wall is basically the walls of a wormhole.
Yes, right? It's not really a wall. It's a wormhole. The outside.
Well, it's a wall. It's the wall. It's the edge of the wormhole. It's the wall of the wormhole.
Yes, but it's not like a literal wall. Is what I mean. Yeah.
No, it is a literal wall. We saw shit get sucked through it. It's a literal wall. It's the sides of the wormhole.
Yeah, I was meaning it's not like a wall. It is, yes, it's technically a wall, but it's not like a regular wall. Like it's a wormhole. Yes, Karen, I'm just worrying.
Tower like.
When I say it's not a literal wall, I mean like it's not like a built wall. It's like the outer structure.
It never was a built wall. It was always made out of weirdo.
Okay, Fletcher disagrees with my description, so because the other dude pissed on it. Okay, I'll take that under advisement. It's just the way I'm wording it. I know what you mean, and I know what I mean. I'm just not wording it the way you're wording it.
I mean, nobody built it out of bricks. Did you just notice that?
Of the wormhole. Okay, it's the wall of the wormhole.
Yeah,
okay, so anyway, he says she's not in the upside down. And then this is when she runs, and there she sees the red upside down shit and rips open, which I don't know how she was able to pull the plate up, but she pulls the ground up, makes a hole, and she climbs down through it, and then she starts falling through the sky. But we don't see that quite yet because we flip over to this scene with Mr. Clark and Erica and Murray, and they are floating balloons in order to try to get high enough to get the signal from the upside down, which is kind of interesting that they need to go higher when the upside down is lower. But let's see. Wondering if that plate is the exact location she fell into when she was Oh, I like that. I know, Karen, you don't agree with this theory, but I never thought of that. But that's why I'm saying I think it might be more of like a representation rather than, I don't know. Anyway, it's possible. We'll find out next week, I guess. But I find it interesting they have to go higher rather than lower when it's in the upside down. But
they're trying to triangulate. They don't know where he could be. So the alternative was where Robin said, let's put Will in a car and drive him all around till they get the signal. That's not viable. So this is an idea where the smartest mirror
contact them too. But
if
yeah,
the smartest nerd in Hawkins thinks this is the way to go, then it's probably the way to go, right?
yes, and then he realizes they can cut the cord and go even higher, and that they'll
Yes.
find it faster, which works. And then meanwhile, now that Will has woke up, he's trying to talk to his mother, and this is where I think this is where he starts saying that, like,
I
he
failed.
uses things inside, yeah, and that he uses pieces of science, like of you, to hurt you and to destroy you, and yeah, it's starting that conversation. And then meanwhile, Vicky gets a wheelchair to get Max out, and that's where they're talking to Karen, and she wants to go with them, and they're like, no, you have to stay here and be safe. And she does finally agree. He's like, they saved Will from the upside down. They're the perfect people to save Holly. We're going to get her back. You stay here. Yeah, because it's like, you don't want her to get back and then you to be dead. That would suck.
What's ridiculous is that his mother would understand any of those words that came out of his mouth.
I know.
Like, we saved Will from the upside down. We did that. I mean, he's like, okay, I agree with, there's a big bunch of people on the internet who think Will is the worst character and that is useless. And I kind of agree that Will pretty much is a pretty much useless character.
He wasn't this season, but he's still kind of a whiny crybaby at times.
Well, if you went to the original anthology thing, he was a character that was supposed to be a kidnapped kid that shows up at the end, and that's his whole role. So they expanded that.
Wait, what? Say that again?
That originally, when they were going to make it an anthology series, say they were only going to make season 1, Will's role was to be kidnapped and then come back at the end.
Oh,
that was it.
I mean, I think
they got a kid who was good at disappearing and then coming back at the end.
Made it bigger. I mean, I think Mike is a very useless character also. I don't really like Mike that much. Like, I'm not really sure what Mike's role is other than to be Eleven's love interest.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? And he's like, Mom, we did it. We saved Will from the upside. Wouldn't she be like, what the fuck are you talking about? What? Right? Like, and she's like, all right, whatever. Now, granted, she's been hit by a Demogorgon and she's got to go. And you need a way to get the parents out because you can't have parents. But I mean, Mike
but they should have brought her. She probably would have kicked ass.
Yeah. Lilu says, go check on your husband while you're walking around, right? Yeah. Like the husband, she doesn't even ask, like, is he alive, right?
Yeah, nobody cares about Ted.
The actor said, I think Fletcher means Will. The actor who plays Will said it took 12 hours to record his monologue. What, in this little scene that he just did with his mother, or later when he, I don't know.
Probably the later one, I'm assuming.
Yeah. Nobody checks on Ted.
Nobody cares.
Nobody cares about Ted.
Or Ted.
Ted
All right. So Mike convinces his mother to go back to her hospital bed. And we can do it. We can do it.
We can do it. Okay. So they bring Max out. They're headed to wherever. Okay, so then they have gotten the signal, and do they connect to him and talk to him? I can't remember. Do they talk to them here, or is it just them trying to follow the signal?
I don't know. At any rate, there's some point where they get a message, but it's garbled, and they think they said they found Holly, but they don't really know. But
yeah, that is. You're right. That's where. He says they found Holly or they don't know for sure what it is. And then this is where Elle, I think, destroys the camera so they can not get caught. And they're like, he's like, you haven't seen nothing yet. Because, Mr. Clark knows nothing. There he is with his oh shit face, which is awesome. All right. So then
look at that shot. Go back. Look how many characters are still alive in this show. And that's not even all of them. That's not even all of them.
Yep. Whoa, wrong thing. Sorry. I have too many windows open.
Poor Collie has nothing to do. Yes, they just left her in. Added her, another character that was added for who knows why. Well, we have a lot of thoughts on that. Anyway.
Yeah.
All right. Keep
I was
moving.
trying to find a picture of her falling because I don't have a picture of her falling.
You don't have her falling. What?
I don't know why. I didn't say it made sense. I said I don't have a picture of her falling. That's what I was trying to get.
It happens.
I don't know if this is the wrong. I have a picture of running. Hold on.
We're building toward the important part of this episode.
Yeah. Wait, they hear? I'm like, wait, they hear.
I mean, they're breaking in.
Yeah, they don't know for sure. There she is. Okay, hold on. Okay, I have a picture of her falling now. Okay, so meanwhile, in the upside down, they hear her yell. So they know something.
They hear her yell. You mean Dustin? Oh, I mean the gang who's been rescuing
her. Holly yell. Yeah.
I hear Holly yelling. And
that's her falling there. She's falling from the sky. And so they did find Holly. And then
find her. They thought they found her, and then she gets
better. And then Vecna pulled her back. She was being pulled right back in. She was being pulled
like
right
a bungee
back.
cord. She almost
you know how we would know, like if I kind of feel like if this was the same location, why didn't they show that cave? Then we would have seen like that it was for sure.
The cave. The cave's not there.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying like if they showed the mouth of the cave, then I'd say, okay, it's the same place, but we don't see the cave. Shouldn't gravity prevent Holly from falling in the upside down? I've never seen Steve flying around the upside down. I guess it's not sci-fi, but definitely. Yes. I mean, I think as soon as she passed into the upside down, her gravity should have shifted, but it's a wormhole. But again, it's schmiance. It's not.
Everybody who goes to the upside down, like when you crawl into Eddie's trailer ceiling, then you automatically fall down the other side.
Yeah, which doesn't necessarily. Well, no, yeah, I guess because her gravity would have shifted. Actually, that does make sense. She'd be on their gravity, so that would make sense. That actually does make sense.
Very high, but yeah.
So she's falling from the top. Anyway, he pulls her back, drags her back. Yeah, she's coming from Dimension X, so her gravity shifted, and now she's in.
So he kind of saved her life because she was going to smash on the ground.
Yeah, well, no, she was okay. So that was my other question. When she stopped falling, said she stopped falling, or was he grabbed her that whole time? Because I thought she was like kind of hovering, and then he grabbed her. But now that I'm thinking about it, I think he had grabbed her at that moment. That's why
he grabbed her, and that's why she stopped for a second and went back.
Yeah. It's the abyss that Holly is taken back to.
Maybe. Yeah.
Well, if you believe what's in the episode, it's insinuating this is Dimension X, but
the abyss in the show, it's called the abyss.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Mike King is right. It's the abyss.
You were correct. All right. And then we get this guy, the general or whatever, who has been burnt, and he tells Kay about the Demogorgons and everything. And she's still trying to find Elle.
All right. So to me, this is the worst part of the whole season. And I think, look, I like Linda Hamilton. Dr. K is the worst character in the entire show, I think. And I can't believe that they gave Matthew Modine and Paul Reiser as these two doctors had a lot of nuance to their roles and how they felt about the children. And Dr. K is just a truly one-dimensional, nothing, mustache twirling villain who has no motivation, no purpose, no nothing. And she's just she's the worst. And I can't believe that they're wasting Linda Hamilton in this terrible, terrible, terrible character. Who I can't believe that she's still like, I need to get Elle because of my nefarious plan or whatever. And you don't know, you've been in the upside down for like a year and you don't know about Vecna, about Henry, about Demogorgons, about like what?
Yeah, it doesn't make tons of sense. And the truth is, none of that storyline was necessary. Why not just have the general be the one that was like at that base, right? We didn't need her too. Like I agree. Like I like Linda Hamilton, but the character was superfluous and we didn't need it at all.
As far as I can tell, we don't need that whole little plot. If it's real, whatever she's doing, we don't need it. Like, couldn't they just be trying to catch Elle because they're bad government guys? Do we need like
She
I mean,
has
Yeah.
she knows about the blood. Yeah, but I feel like couldn't they have used one of the scientists from before and had one of them not
do
really
we
be dead?
need any of that? Do we need any of that?
We don't. But I think it kind of depends, I think. I say yes, but no, but yes. Because if the main point is that Henry's blood gave them power, then yes, we need something. But I still think that storyline is I don't know that we even need that part of the storyline. Like, why do we need to even know that? Like, is it really even
Dr. Brenner was as much as we hated him, he was a 1,000,000 times better character. He had motivation. He had conflict within himself. He had there was a lot going on with Dr. Brenner and with Dr. whatever Paul Reiser's character was named. Dr. K has nothing.
Yeah. And you're right, Fletcher. It's all in the diary. Why do we need
Couldn't we have Dustin read 2 sentences to be like, there's a lot of potential for using their blood for kids in the future? And be like, what? Right?
Yeah. And Lily also says, if anything, it's a point to Callie's story. But let's be honest, Callie's story is kind of nonsensical too. And unnecessary, it seems like.
Unnecessary, yeah.
Yeah.
Necessary because Netflix wanted all these episodes.
Yeah. All right. So everybody's all happy. She's back. That's not really anything we need to talk about. Okay. So this is where Dustin explains the wormhole. Now, I know there were some comments about this stuff we probably should go into, but what I want to talk about, we sort of started to talk about before is, does this feel like retconning? I mean, they've said that this was what they had planned from the beginning, but it just doesn't seem like the same story. It's
that's a lie because they planned 1 season.
Yeah, I know. I mean, that is what it seems like. We need another season. Okay, it's a wormhole. It's one of those things. It's like they needed more, so they made up something completely different. And I don't know that it really fits. Like, it kind of feels like a cool aha moment, but at the same time, it kind of feels like, but why? It doesn't make sense.
I mean,
I don't know.
Maybe there are viewers out there who were craving a more detailed explanation of what the Upside Down is. Maybe, it's funny because I often complain about magic as not being a sufficient explanation, but for this show, I was kind of okay with it.
Mm-hmm.
And now we get this whole thing. And this is where we get the abyss, right? And the whole
Yeah. I was trying to see what comments we skipped. A lot of them are.
A lot of them we can maybe hold.
Kind of talked about Dimension X.
We can hold that for a bigger discussion at the end. I think a lot of it, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I just was seeing if there was anything we needed. Okay.
A lot of it's about this upcoming scene that we got to talk about.
And Scarlet, if you have anything to add, please tell me to shut up because I'm trying to go. I'm just going fast through it. I'm not trying to ignore you. So if you have something to add, stop me.
I really, it's going to be hard for me to go back and watch this show and hear them talk about the abyss. And this whole chat is about Dimension X, Dimension X, Dimension X.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's hard for me to talk about certain things because I've got to reference the first Shadow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I can't. I'm keeping my mouth shut.
It's not well.
That's why I think before the finale we need to watch it because that way we're not spoiled and we can.
I'm not watching it. I'm not watching it.
Okay, well I am, but that's fine.
I want to experience this as a Netflix viewer who Netflix intends this to be watched as a Netflix. Netflix wasn't like, here, buy discount Broadway tickets through us, go to the West End of London and fly and watch this. Here we're gonna show the show. Here we're gonna show it to you, right?
Yeah.
Like Netflix put this big hole in it, and I'm gonna review it with the hole.
Mm-hmm. Right. But then again, both of you bring up questions, and I'm like, it can be answered by the play, but I can't answer it.
Well, if you say that's in the show, and I'll go, gah, and that'll be it.
Well, maybe what we could do is maybe when what we could do is next week, since we only have the finale, like maybe we can do when we're done, do like a post show little discussion about the play, and then the people who haven't seen it that don't want to know don't have to listen to it, but we can still talk about it a little bit. I think that's probably the best.
It could be me and you doing it, Jamie, if Karen doesn't want to do it.
Yeah, because I do want to see it. I know, I agree with you. I understand what you're saying. You're right. I shouldn't have to, but at the same time, like
Yeah,
I'm
I
interested
agree
and
with that
want to
too.
know. Like I want that extra content.
But once
But
you
I
see
do
the
agree
play,
it's
it's
bullshit.
hard not to integrate it into the
I
questions
get
that
it.
asked.
I get it.
Yeah,
It's their fault is the problem.
it's their
But
fault.
anyway,
Exactly.
that does look, it looks like ass, doesn't it?
Like what?
Like ass. See, it's got an A and then a bunch of S's.
Okay.
I think I'm a 15-year-old boy right now, Karen. I can't help it. That's my fault.
Yeah. All right.
Okay. Anyway. So Henry is brainwashing all these kids, telling them that Holly has been tricked and that she's listening to this evil monster. And because, they're kids, they listen to him. They listen to his bullshit.
Can I ask you a question?
Doesn't agree, but
If you were Henry's very creepy, like he's a groomer, right? He's grooming these children. And is this the outfit? Like, is this his outfit? I'm like, wouldn't most kids be like, that guy's clearly a freak? Like, whatever.
That's a creeper right there.
He's a creeper. I don't have an answer to that, but yeah, you would think that would make him think like, why is he dressed like that?
Yeah.
But either way, he's telling him that Holly has been affected by evil. All right, so
dress more 80s. He dress more 80s and be hip or something if you want.
Yeah, right. Was he wearing leg warmers and a headband?
Like or some leotard.
Yeah,
of course.
They're still looking for Elle. This is where they know where she
has the worst. Also, the military is like just a terrible characterization in this. Also, right?
Mm-hmm.
It is. This is where she broke through from the upside down, where Elle did.
She broke into.
Broke into. Okay,
I feel it's very 80s representation of the government, though, like the military.
It is.
It's very war games, right?
Yeah. So this is, I think, them talking about the whole wormhole theory. So
no, this is talking about the beanstalk.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, so the idea is that the upside down is an in-between place between the two dimensions, or the abyss and earth, whatever you want to call them, and that it's a wormhole. Although still, the fact that the wormhole is like a place, I still have a hard time getting my mind around. I mean, a wormhole is like you go in, you go out. But anyway, they're talking about it, and they're saying like, how do they get up? If we think that like, Holly came falling down through the upside down because she came from the place above that, how do they get up there? And this is where he's saying like they can use the radio tower, let him think he's winning and that he's pulling them up, and then just kind of ride the wave up. And then
or not even up, but I think the idea is that both levels will start going towards each other, right?
Yeah,
and
he's pulling them together,
right?
Yeah, and then he'll pull the gap closer together, however you want to say it, but that they'll be drawn up, and then they can set off a bomb. And
well, and what's great is this is Steve's like genius moment, right? Because Hopper had been saying, let's steal a helicopter and fly up there, and everybody's like, what are you even talking about? Steal a helicopter? Who's going to fly it? How right? And then Steve has this moment. By the way, I loved how you caught his hair in silhouette there.
That is good.
Steve has this genius moment where he like figures out the plan, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So they're going to go up in the radio tower and go up the radio tower. Excuse me, and be pulled up. Sorry, I'm legit allowed to yawn now. It's almost 2 a.m.
We all are.
I know I usually yawn earlier, but
when they have all this exposition, you're allowed to yawn too, Jamie.
We're getting there.
Yeah. All right.
All this talking things.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. So they're talking about their plan, and then here, meanwhile, is Holly, who's trying to tell them the truth, and they get vicious, man. They end up fighting, and well, first she gets vicious. To be fair, she like smacks the girl in the face with something, I forget which, and then they
trying to escape,
push her down the stairs, or knock her down the stairs, rather.
Well, Holly was trying to make a getaway. That's why she hit that girl, right?
Yeah. But they get kind of mean, and she ends up knocked down the stairs. I don't know after the fact that she's still sitting at that table, if she's just scared or what. I'm not sure, but she's staying there. That's what she hits her with, the radio. They break her necklace, and she ends up falling down the stairs. More planning, more scenes that could be romantic that don't seem to be. Yeah, I don't know. If I'm missing something, tell me, but nothing here seems super important. Just kind of them strategizing, basically.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of that.
Dustin and him making up, but they sort of already did. There's the base. And okay, now this here is important because, well, I'll push that truck back over, but this is where Kelly's going into her head and saying that she needs to sacrifice herself because otherwise there'll be somebody else that will use their blood to make more of Henry. And yeah, I don't know. Like I said, it's not that I don't get that. And I understand she wants her to make a sacrifice. I just feel like the idea of saying there'll be another villain that will want to kill you. Like, it just seems like, yeah, that's always the case. Like, that doesn't mean that she needs to sacrifice herself. That's how I feel anyway. And it irritated me.
Yeah, we have a few comments here about this that I'm going to try to hit up. There's one that someone says like, 11 in season 1 opens portals between dimensions, and in the finale season can't even turn a truck. Like, come on. She was almost dying just to move Murray's truck.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's kind of not wrong here. We also have another comment about this.
Are you unstarring them as you go so we know?
I am. Yes, I am. Okay. That's why we're getting down. Okay. There's another comment about that. There's some more colleague comments that we should hit. And
you want me to put a couple up if I find them?
Yeah.
Okay. Mike says, "Do you think Callie will betray 11 in the group?" I mean, does she need to? She's already convinced. She's already convinced her. Or she thinks she has. Will she betray them? Yeah, I think she's going to try to force Elle's hand if she doesn't. But I think that at this point, she's convinced Elle that this needs to happen.
I don't know if she's convinced Elle, but she's got it on Elle's mind. She's got Elle thinking about it, right? I think. I mean, she's definitely thinking about it.
Lilu says, in terms of saying it's better if we sacrifice because they'll never stop looking. Yeah, I just feel like that's a trope that I'm just kind of like, yeah, the villain will be more villains.
But still.
It is. I don't know if that's what irritates me or not. I'm honestly not sure. But that's.
Yeah. And we have a couple questions about her motivation that we could, the fact that in episode 207, her horrible episode, that she tells 11 to use her anger and emotions to use her powers. Same thing Henry said, which was different than how Papa taught. Yeah. And so, I mean, I feel like that's where she's going to go. Like, she's going to encourage Elle to be angry and emotional at critical points, which is like not maybe really how Elle can find success, right? And that is the same thing that Henry said. So is that a sign? Is that foreshadowing that 8 is that Kali is, coming from the same place that Henry is?
Yeah. Don't have an answer yet, but
there's one more. There's one more in here. Okay, this is a little. Could 8 have been the one to open the door for the Demogorgon to get Will in 1983, back in 1983, or 11 herself to escape? Was it on the same night 11 escaped the lab? Right, like. So could 8 have been behind a bunch of the stuff? Right, like did Henry get Will on his own, or was 8 coerced? I mean, look at these. We saw the way Henry groomed Elle. The way Henry /1 the orderly groomed Elle in the lab.
Or the lab, rather. Yeah.
So why couldn't he also have been grooming 8 or any or all the rest of them, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that wouldn't make sense.
Yeah. All right. So.
All right. And then he added, if Henry was the one that helped Callie escape in 1983, I don't think she'll betray him.
Yeah.
And let's see. It looks like 8 is creating an illusion for 11.
I agree.
Yeah, I do agree that what she's showing her, it seems shady and it's hard to Hard to tell. Like if they're gonna talk, like why do they have to go into the mind space like that? All right, so back at the squawk. This is kind of the other big scene here where Will is telling his mother that, whoa, you there? Is telling his mother that Vecna uses your own mind against you and that he takes memories out of, like, he was telling him things that he already knew, basically, like pulling memories from his own mind. And so the gist of the conversation is that he cannot fight Vecna and be his strongest if he still hasn't admitted to his family that he's gay and his friends. So this whole conversation is him telling his friends that he doesn't
and his
like
mother and his mother
and his mother
and his brother.
And his brother. Wait, it's actually been recently. Sorry, I was reading that. We'll get to that in a second. Yeah. So I mean, I think this was long overdue. I liked it. I almost like wanted. I mean, I don't know because it might have taken away from Will's scene, but I almost wanted Robin to like stand up and like say that she was too. But I don't know. It might.
But that
it might
doesn't
have
make Will different then.
Yeah, I know. And like I said, it might have cheapened Will's scene to do that. I don't know. I don't know how it would have
Because
played.
Will has always been seen as the different one, and then there's another one that's also different than he is in the different one.
Right.
Yeah.
We have some issues here. When Fletch says, "Oh, it's time for my favorite scene of the whole show," and Lulu points out that he's giving his heartfelt speech to his friends and strangers. Like Murray is there, right?
Is there.
I'm coming out.
And like Dr. Clark and like people he doesn't even really know that he's coming out.
I know. Like Vicky, I could see maybe because Vicky's also gay, so it doesn't matter. But
Yeah.
like, he's not going to judge him. But yeah, the teacher and Murray, I'm not sure he's really like great friends with them. So
I mean, I kind of look. I like the whole part where Vecna uses your own fears against you. And Will has these fears, and that Vecna is Vecna's a good talker. Vecna's not showing Will the future, but he's preying on Will's innermost insecurities to say this is what could happen to you, right?
Yeah, he's saying they'll abandon you when they find out.
I mean, and I've said to you guys for a couple of weeks that I feel like the idea that we're coming full circle to Will's story. Will was kidnapped in season 1, and Will is becoming more prominent. I like that, but I don't know. There's a lot to like about this scene, and there's a lot that feels really unnecessary about this scene, right? That's how I feel.
Yeah.
Scarlet, how do you feel, Scarlet?
I feel like it was kind of unnecessary because I think some of these people knew already.
Yeah, I kind of wondered too.
You don't like girls. I think there's subtext underneath there that you don't like girls.
Yeah.
They already knew. They already had a vibe.
Like, it's not like it actually, Joyce didn't make that clear in season 1 on the pilot episode when she's telling Hopper about him being different from the other boys. Okay, so you think that he or she already knew? I forgot about that, but I kind of agree, and I almost wanted, like, I think kind of online with what you're saying, like I almost wanted them to be like, yeah, we know, like we've known all this time and we've accepted you. You could have told us this a lot, I mean, because in a way, I think that would have worked, but again, would it have cheapened him needing to tell people? Because part of it's about him, I don't want to say confessing because that's not the right word either, but it's about him telling. Like it has to be him telling them. But at the same time, like if they already knew it and they had already accepted it a long time ago, that could be cool too. So I mean, but they could. I don't know.
Go ahead, Scarlett, please go ahead.
But does it feel like, I take it, that Will might die because he's had this long talk? And the reason this talk is set up for him to tell people how he is because he's going to die soon.
Okay. So I get what you're saying. Like, Will's like, I could die if I don't put all my fears out there. He needs to disarm Henry, right? And the way to disarm Henry is to put his fears out there. And yet you're saying, like, in shows like when you put your true self out there and get yourself ready to fight, you're going to die.
Yep.
I also, like I said earlier, though, I also question, like, I get that, and I agree with that. That does happen a lot. But I also question, like, after he did that, if they kill him, like, would it cause too big of a uproar that they won't do it for that
Every
reason?
show in the 80s did it. And they killed in the 90s, they killed Tara on Buffy, like kill your
They
gays.
did, but now they're trying to be more aware of that and not, because that's not cool. And
But
I don't
also,
know.
when anybody has a big speech or something in a lot of shows,
They die.
they're about ready
They
to
do.
die.
When they're like, if his speech was like, I cheated on my wife, I gotta be on, he'd still die, right?
Yeah.
Like it was something big, like something that he had to do, and then he dies.
I mean, Lilu thinks that speech had to be there. That coming out talk had to be there. I kind of agree because they made it a thing, especially in season 4, right? Like, yes, I agree. Let's not act like in season 1, Joyce didn't make clear from season 1 when she's telling Hopper about him being different from their boys. I get that, but I also think it's 1983 in season 1, and I could see how maybe a mother might know or have that feeling about her son and be afraid to say it. Like it was the 80s. And so like in 1980,
maybe not even want it for her child, like,
I mean,
just not want it for her child, but not in a really horrible way.
Well, in the way that you're going to have a harder life than your non-gay.
Yeah, say something like, I know some of you are afraid for me, or something like that. I think he said, and he means like, it's going to make things harder, people knowing this. But then again, he told his friends. I mean, is he? I guess this is the implication that he's out after this and not going to hide it, which is good. But like you said, in the 80s, I mean, how would it have been accepted? We don't.
It was a little like he's saying, like, it's not the same as Will saying it explicitly, especially when Vecna was using that secret against him, right?
That's a good point. It was a forced confession. Yeah.
I mean, he needed to free. I felt like he needed to free himself of the secret so that Vecna couldn't use it, right? And it's only
because Vecna was making this fear. He wanted to know that they wouldn't leave him if he told him. Like, he had to get rid of that fear. It wasn't so much about being honest and being truthful. It was that he was afraid they'd leave him. I
think he was more than that. Like, even if they did all leave him, at least he would know, and Vecna couldn't use it against them.
Yes.
What if some of them walked out? Especially, like, I mean, the idea that
Mike gave him a look like he might have walked out.
Here's a question. I mean, does anybody think that Mike knew that he was so part of what I didn't like about this was that he never says I'm gay. He never says I'm homosexual. He says, I don't like girls. Not the way you guys do. He doesn't even ever say I like boys. He just says I don't like girls.
Yeah, right? I know, because that could just make him be asexual.
But that's the 80s way of doing stuff. That's the 80s way.
Scarlet's not
wasn't a thing in 87.
I know, no, and but Scarlet's right though too. Did they so much come out and say I'm gay as to do with the way he did it?
He never says it. He only says I don't like girls. Oh well, I like girls, but not the way you guys do. That's all he says. He never says. He does say I had a crush on a person. He never says I had a crush on.
He says I had a crush on a person, but it wasn't about him or something like that. So he definitely says he or him at there somewhere.
Yeah, he never really says it, which I wonder is that a cop out, or are they trying to feel they're being true to 87? I don't really know. I mean, I know that I was alive in 87.
To me, it feels more true to 87 and to a young teenage boy.
Yeah, in a small town in Indiana. I mean, geez.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like you stand up on a rooftop and shout you're gay.
I was in high school.
You're in New York City at the time.
Yeah,
where you can find people.
But look, I was in high school and in college in the 80s, and the word gay was definitely being used. And, HIV, or we call it AIDS,
in the negative, like it wasn't.
No, I mean, I knew not that many gay people, but, I mean, the first recognized case of AIDS in the U.S. was in 81. By 87, we have a real epidemic right. And so I feel like so let's say Hawkins has been cut off from the world for like a year by the military. I think that the word gay was out there, and why they chose for Will not to say I'm gay, because I don't think I'm queer was a thing back then. Right.
No, I don't
think I think that I think for him not to say I'm gay was a choice the writers made. Like,
Yes.
I think there were people in 86, what is this, 87, coming out and saying I'm gay. I think it's a choice.
But is that something, you're right, but at the same time, does that seem true for Will though, too? Like Will's like not a very
brave,
quiet kid. Yeah, like, he's like a quiet kid. He is in front of some people he doesn't know that well. I mean, like, it got the point across, and I don't know that he would have come out and said it the way you're saying. I don't know that he would have. So
Well,
I
small
bought
town
it.
Indiana too.
I
mean,
yeah, okay, all right.
Where did you go to high school? In a bigger city? Because I mean, I grew up in a city of like 10,000 people.
My high school had my 7 through 12. We had 150 people in my high school.
Oh wow,
Okay.
you were really
all girls.
That's like about 100 people.
All girls.
Paid, not in the school. Oh, that's right. You went.
I went to all girls school. Not a huge town, but like, but to be fair, I could see New York City from the top of the hill. So, so okay, Scarlet. Yes, small town, rural town, southern Indiana, far from the coast, far from the population centers. But there's so much of this that is not fully like. I just don't know that I think they were trying to be true to the 87. I give maybe true to Will a little more. I just think people being like, I'm gay, for him to be like, but I guess maybe he thought his friends weren't ready to hear the word gay and to be like, I don't like girls.
I don't know if they would even used it, quite honestly.
And they were like, and they'd be like,
I think they would use code words, like when you used to use AC/DC for bisexual.
And I think there's a part of this scene where, are we supposed to think they all know, or his friends all pretty much know?
I don't know.
Or
I have a feeling that at least a few of them know.
Yeah.
Or get the vibe. Get the vibe. A lot of times
I feel like the girls know. I feel like Max knows. 11, she's too obtuse. She doesn't know anything.
I think maybe his brother knew. I got the opinion that maybe
Jonathan had to know. Joyce kind of knew, but I do think there's that level where Joyce maybe knew, but in the 80s, that was not a thing you wished for your child.
But even not too long ago, my ex-boyfriend in California had an aunt that lived with a friend, and they never said they were lesbians, but they were lesbians. Yeah. And that was like in 2005.
I think it depends on the area you're in and how old you are, and things are different. Yeah.
And not being, for me, not being, look, I've never been a boy who had to come out, so I can't really say, right? I'm speculating here. So fair enough, all of you. It was kind of a great scene. It was kind of a, I mean, we've been building towards this. I think maybe a little too much was made in season 4 of Will's crush on Mike, if you even, right? But it's all sort of washed away by this, right? Yeah. This is Will's like, okay, I'm washing it all away. I'm taking a step. I'm bearing my soul.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait.
All right.
All right.
Put up before we forget, I want to put up this one thing. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about now, but I keep seeing it, meaning to put it up. That Jay had said earlier, it's been recently confirmed by the Duffers that it was Vecna who opened the door in season 1. Is that retconning then? Because I mean, they kind of showed.
They totally retconned that, because I've heard it.
Yeah, they showed her ripping a hole in the universe, right? I mean, from what I remember.
Because they're putting in clock noises and stuff that weren't there in season 1. Yeah, they said they did. Yeah.
Okay, that's fair.
They're not keeping it secret. But they didn't know since season 1. That's BS.
Because they thought they would only have a season 1. They didn't think they'd have to go back and do it.
That's
right?
BS.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll have to find an interview where they say that.
I hate that.
Sorry.
This is the way they decided to have him say it,
Right. So we have this big scene. There's a big hug. The big hug is only the magic 6 hug.
Yeah, what was it before? It was
magic 5, right? Even Max doesn't hug them. Now, granted, she's stuck in a wheelchair, but she's not a season one. It's a season one kids hug, right? It's like Luke, like.
Well, she said, "I'm giving you a hug." She couldn't get up. She
I know,
said,
but she
have to give
can't.
you a mental hug. She's in a
I think it's symbolic that only season one people are in this hug.
"Yeah, it might be." I'm just saying she did say she did.
Yes, because she's not from season one, and that's how they explain why she doesn't in the hug. To me. But
No,
yes,
I know what you're saying. I'm just saying.
they don't run over and hug her.
Okay.
Also, do you think it's uncomfortable to wear a wetsuit for like all these hours?
Yes.
Probably.
I'm sure it is. It's chafing, probably.
Itchy.
But
Some rash happening.
I don't know. I haven't worn a wetsuit. I don't know. I'm just being silly. Okay, so they have the signals so they can open the gate and the door and everything at will. So Murray comes in with the truck and opens it, and they're all going into the Upside Down. It is time for the final battle. And they go in, and then meanwhile, no, nobody wants that, Lilu. I know what you meant. Okay. So they are connecting now, and he is sucking their powers, I guess, using their powers, whatever you want to call it. The thing is Holly has her head's bleeding because she had fallen down the stairs. I don't know if she's just given in. I don't know if they've made her believe it. I don't know if she's just scared and she's given in. It's not clear. We won't know that until next week.
I think that Derek telling her stuff kind of set it for her.
Because Derek's afraid.
Yeah,
well,
because she asked Derek specifically, and he said, Max lied.
Yeah. Because he's afraid.
So I think that's what turned her over a little bit,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that I think she believes it, though. I think she's scared, and I don't know.
Yeah.
I guess, no.
And Vecna eats up that fear. That's why I think I agree with you with Will coming out, that he got rid of his fear. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, all right. She might as well be in it. Okay, so Fletcher is talking about, I think the dragon heads and stuff has to do with the play that we don't know what he's talking about yet.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking through the comments. A lot of them are about Dimension X, which we'll
get to that maybe
we'll get into next time. But yes, let it be said so everybody knows that in case he's right, that Fletcher came up with the theory that he thinks that Dimension X is the future Earth. So
I thought it was going to be a timey-wimey thing to reset itself at the end of the finale.
Maybe. I don't know. He also said, if Elle created the bridge when she killed Henry, how did the Mind Flayer connect to our world to possess young Henry Creel? Mind Flayer doesn't need bridges to travel to our world.
Are we finished with the action on the screen?
Sorry. Well, that was the end, the last scene.
That was it? That's the end of the scene? That's it?
the end of the scene, yeah.
That's it.
Okay.
The creative
That's
circuit.
it. We've only been going 4 hours. I think that's enough.
Yep.
Now,
It's almost exactly 2.
Yeah. So make sure. Did you have any? Sorry, I don't want to wrap. If you guys got other things to.
I mean, I don't know. You want to not go through. We have a lot of comments here.
Let's go
We
through
can
some
go,
of the
we can go
comments.
through some comments. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, let's go through some.
All right, can I go to the easy ones first?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure.
Go for it.
If you watch the finale of season 4, you would never think the finale season would look like this at all. I kind of agree with that, right?
Yeah, I agree with it. I definitely agree with it.
I feel like they're redoing it.
Yeah.
I mean, this is not. I mean, at the end of season 4, this is not at all what I.
Because Vecna was gone at the end of season 4, right?
Well, yeah, Vecna was vanished, right? Yeah, and I thought the Mind Flayer was going to be like, let's revisit the Mind Flayer. I thought might be the big thing for this season.
Yeah, I just can't see them bringing back the Mind Flayer for the finale if it's not been in
a guest spot in the finale.
Yeah, but I mean, unless if they were going to do a spinoff, I'd say yes. But you said that the cartoon is a prequel, right? So there'd be no reason to. Yeah,
it's in between like seasons 2 and 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm going to highlight. We have many comments like this one. Let's just go with one. The writing is awful this season. Sorry, not sorry. We have a
Yeah.
bunch of comments about the writing. I'm going to let that one stand as representative of the people. If that's okay.
Yeah. Amy Rose said that she wasn't disappointed by the episodes.
No, all the episodes have not disappointed her at all. That's
You
great.
know, I said I really
I
enjoyed
thought
the
they were
episodes. I just think the writing itself was not great. The dialogue was not great, but I still enjoyed my time watching it. So,
Well, I think the writing was a little bit better on episode 3 and episode 4.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened.
I mean, here's someone who's in between, Jamie. It's Jay Vasquez. I'm really surprised by the writing of this season. I'm not one to nitpick, unlike me, because I'm a huge fan of this show, but some of these writers' choices are like, wow.
Mm-hmm.
And that's an interesting comment about the choices the writers make, not about the individual sentences of dialogue they write, which is where my problem mostly is.
yeah.
So those, I mean, that's, and again, I think I'm sometimes trying to give them a little way out by saying like Netflix is demanding a lot of seasons that maybe were never intended. Not maybe, were absolutely never intended.
Yeah, but we're giving them excuses.
Yeah. All right, Jamie, we can hit some of the more complex ones now if you want.
All right. Let's see.
Oh, wait. One more. What's more ridiculous? Stranger Things season 5 plot armor or Boyd's plot armor in From?
Yep. They're both ridiculous.
All
right. Yeah, that's a good point. Like, why?
The theater play does seem to be a huge focus, right? I'm missing a lot by not missing.
The only thing I can think is that if you haven't seen the play, they figure you haven't seen it, so you're not worried about it, and you won't know what you missed, and maybe the finale will explain the stuff.
Oh, because most people who watch Netflix don't then go on to a 4-hour chat with people who watch.
Right. Then you've either watched it or you haven't. So if you've watched it, it makes sense. If you haven't watched it, it'll probably explain it next week. That's my guess. So it may not really matter, but I do think that it probably would help you out there. Fletcher also said, am I the only one that thinks this is all from Mike's head? It's his denial to Will's actual death in 6th of November 1983.
Oh yeah. So
I'm sure you not.
I mean, this is predicated on believing that Will died on 6th November of 83, right?
Mm-hmm.
I
hope not, just because to me that
it was all a dream.
Really
it was
bad.
All a dream. It was Dallas. It was all a dream.
It's all a dream.
That would really be, or that Buffy episode where it was all in her head. Yeah, that would be. I don't think that Fletcher really. Do you really think that? Because you have a whole bunch of other theories about time travel and alternate dimensions and stuff also. So unless you think Mike is in his head is thinking about wormholes. Look, I appreciate having multiple theories go. I'm not trying to call you out on it. I think that having a multiple different ideas is probably a good way to approach it right now, right?
Yeah.
But I think I don't think it's all from Mike's head. No, I hadn't even thought about that till you said it. Thanks for putting it in my head, Fletch.
Yeah, like I said, I sure hope not. That's my answer because otherwise that would suck.
Mike wakes up in a mental hospital and it's like, I guess he is dead. But I loved him.
Okay. That was about Holly being aged up. I feel like the Mind Flayer took control of young Henry after he opened that briefcase and got teleported to Dimension X. It's possible. That's why I have a little side of me saying Henry is actually the good side, but Mind Flayer is controlling Vecna. It's possible. Anything's possible.
But Henry and Vecna are the same person. So
I think he's saying like Vecna isn't really Henry, I'm guessing is what he's saying.
Mind Flayer is making him turn into Vecna, the Vecna side of him.
Yeah. What's funny is Duffer Brothers bragging about the fandom not being right with theories. With that terrible writing, it's normal. No one got the theory right. That's a good point, Fletcher. Fair. All right. Okay. Now this is about the wall. Okay, some of that's about the play. Let's see. Shouldn't we have been able to see the wall when Henry was killed by 11 and traveled through dimensions? I mean, I thought so because I thought that's when they said she created the wall when she bridged it. So I would think so. But like we said, maybe they weren't in that area. Is that
I
what
mean,
we're kind of
I
going with?
think the reason you can't see it is because they hadn't thought of the wall at the time they wrote that.
Yes, I think that's the true reason. But their reason, I don't know. And then that's about the play that we haven't seen. Lilu had said about
Well, I've seen
Ollie helped her Beatable get away from the bookcase, the back of her head eavesdrop.
Holly,
Something. It was something. The bridge is frozen on the day Will disappeared, right? What if they destroy the bridge, they return to our world, and it's 1983 all over again?
That's what I think. It's a time reset because there's a time reset and a wrinkle in time.
I mean, look, wormhole, time travel, time change. Yeah, I mean,
it depends when you think that. I mean, the day that if you think that Elle created the wormhole, or didn't create it but opened it, whatever. That's the same day. Is the day she got out is not the day Will disappeared, right?
Right.
Is the day
that he created it throwing Vecna in there? That's a different time, so I don't know.
I mean, I'm not down with this time travel thing, but the idea of returning our world and its 83 all over again, like setting back the progress, if you can call it, we've made progress, right? Like that's interesting. I just don't know. I mean, yes, time travel, like wormholes involve time and space, right? Like we all saw Interstellar, or some of us saw Interstellar. We've all seen a lot of science fiction. Like when you go through a wormhole, the gravity makes things timey-wimey, right?
Yeah, like time dilation and stuff.
Yeah.
Lila said the day she got out was the day Will disappeared. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Lilu.
I didn't realize it was, so that's fine. Okay, they're discussing that. Let's see. Jay said the writing suffered from what most finales suffer from, which is being overly ambitious and bloated with too many ideas trying to get executed in X amount of time.
Oh my God. Yes.
Yeah, that's totally true. Tried to shove too much in there.
I don't know. Maybe they got 2 hours. Maybe they'll stick the landing.
Maybe.
Maybe. I like the episodes. I just think it's for a different story than the one we started in season 1. That is true. That is true.
I like the episodes. I just don't think they all need to be like 90 minutes. And I think they could have cut this back to a leaner story that might have been better paced. Like the pacing is like, I mean, God, I'm sick of Henry and his little house of horrors with his children and all, right? Like, oh my God, like this Henry's getting way too much screen time. And I don't know. I like my villains more like Vecna, I guess, and less like Henry. And his grooming of little children is like vaguely, right? It's creepy to me. And like Henry's
weirdly sexual and gross.
Yeah.
The big tentacles in the mouth and the yogurt everywhere and just like
and it bothers me that they have like we spent a lot of time in a yogurt room and a lot of time with Henry grooming kids, and yet they seem to have no idea what to do with Winona Ryder, the biggest name on the show, right? Like she's really sidelined and just being like, I'm worried about my kid, wah, right? Like use Winona Ryder, come on.
Yep. A lot of that is about Dimension X and also about the play, so I don't understand all of it. Fletcher said that Callie, maybe with Power of Illusion, she created the illusion that the door opened for the Demogorgon. I'm not sure which time that's in reference to, like sending the Demogorgon back or sending a demo. I'm not sure. I'm confused what that's in reference to.
Maybe with the power of illusion, she created the illusion that the door opened for the Demogorgon. Yeah, I don't really get that either, because the Demogorgon came through. It wasn't an illusion, right? Like,
I don't know.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yes, I will check the images from Discord, but I don't know that I'll understand them since I haven't seen the play. Isn't that the same librarian who hooked up with Hopper? I don't remember who Hopper slept with, so I don't have an answer. Sorry, I
Librarian
don't
gets around.
remember that much, but yeah, she must. Let's see.
There's a lot of Dimension X.
Project Nina near the cave location? I don't know.
No, I think because Project Nina is in the desert. Yes, where they took her in last season, where Elle was like in Project Nina trying to regain her powers. Although that stretch of desert was very flat and not very like full of these rock formations. But yeah, that was in the desert for sure.
Maybe they just wanted to film things in the same place. Who knows?
I mean,
it's cheap to film in the desert.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Films.
They want to destroy the wall. The Mind Flayer doesn't really need the bridge to come to our world. He possessed Henry Curl way before Eleven had created the bridge, so it doesn't need the bridge.
Yeah.
No. And I think the rest is all about Fletcher thinking that that Dimension X is the future vision of Earth, which
yeah, I mean, good comment about the Thessal Hydra, which was the first D&D campaign in season 1. We got Thessal Hydra, and then we got more into like Demogorgons or whatever. It'd be great to see that come back around.
Maybe the whole show is this one big D&D campaign.
It kind of is, maybe.
Yeah. Maybe it's all them just playing the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like my theory that this was all about coming full circle to Will is falling apart a little bit. Was this always Will's story and not Eleven's story? But I don't know.
I don't know. I think we put this one up before where Fletcher said, I honestly think young Henry saw that structure where Vecna is when he traveled to Dimension X after opening the briefcase. It's possible.
Sure, if you believe he traveled to Dimension X after opening that briefcase, unless that's a play spoiler.
Yeah. He thinks that's the same location. All right. I think
so. Predictions.
All about that.
We have one episode to go, right? You guys got any predictions?
There will be an ending.
Time reset. Hopper sacrifices himself, sees his dead daughter, gets revived.
Yeah. It's not Will, it's not 11's story. It's a person in the middle of the two of them, Mike. That would be kind of interesting.
They're gonna do a D20 roll. They're gonna hit D20, and that's gonna go with time
after Will died.
Yeah. Oh, it's Mike's story after Will died. Yeah, Mike. I mean, that would be interesting. After Mike maybe would steal after not being at the center of the act. I mean, he's best friends with everybody, but yeah. That'd be interesting. Okay, prediction. Scarlet, who dies?
Hopper dies, gets revived. Winona Ryder has a great speech and then launches herself as a sacrifice. And then 8 dies because she's going to die. And that's it.
Okay.
Yeah. I think Hopper might sacrifice.
Ryder finally gets her time to shine.
Yeah, I think Hopper will sacrifice himself. Whether or not he'll die, I don't know. But if anybody's going to die,
I think there's going to be a time reset where it comes before Will's kidnapped, and it just resets itself.
Could be. I think Callie will die. That's fine.
Yeah.
Don't want Hopper to die. I don't think any of the kids will die. At least not the younger kids. I could see like Steve or somebody maybe dying. Or one of them maybe sacrificing themselves, but
okay. So I think Linda Hamilton, Dr. K, dies for sure.
Oh, sure, yeah. Right. I didn't even think about her. Sure, she's dead.
Right, probably like 25 soldiers die. I think. I'm on the fence about Will. I think Will could die. I agree with Scarlet that when you make a big speech like that, it's not a good sign. That you could die.
I mean, when the time reset happens, Will might not be there. I don't know.
Yeah,
maybe his sacrifice makes everything okay, but he's not there anymore.
Yeah.
Maybe they don't even know. Maybe they don't remember who he is.
Yeah. Callie for sure. I kind of agree with Jamie that none of the kids, like, this is not the show that we're watching.
Not even Delightful Derek sacrifices, takes one for
Definitely
the team.
not. No,
Yeah,
Delightful
no,
might push
yeah.
somebody else. Might he push Holly?
It all connects to Mike.
I think Hopper, I don't know. I could see Hopper, but I think it was Scarlet who said earlier, like, once you, or somebody in the chat said, once you telegraph that you are willing to die, then you don't die.
Right.
Flex is the only people with power, so that means Will, L, 8, right? I say 8 definitely dies. Oh, and Henry definitely dies.
Define
Henry
power.
Yeah,
Special
Henry
powers or just
slash
the power?
Vecna definitely dies.
I think Murray could die. He's extraneous, right?
Yeah, pretty
Murray, who's very selfish, could make a sacrifice and die, and people would be sad, but they
He'd
really
blow
care.
up his truck.
Yeah.
Taking people out.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Let's see. Lou says no one dies. Mike and Elle go off together. Hopper and Callie end up in a weird father-daughter dynamic. I don't. The Garrett quarantine ends and Nancy goes off to journalism school. Jonathan, Will, Joyce, Hopper, Callie. Yeah, I don't know. Vecna hopefully dies. I don't know what this amount of plot armor even the villain could survive. Yeah. Who knows? The fact that no main characters have died and they seem to have severe plot armor, always escaping near death at the last second, does make me wonder if there's a narrator telling the story. I hope not. Yeah, I hope not too. But
yeah, nobody has died. No main characters have died in the previous 4 seasons. Nobody major, right? Like, or even minor. So yeah.
Yeah. Well, I guess we don't have too long to find out, right?
Right.
Narrator is Mike. I think if there is a narrator, it's either Will or Mike. So,
like in a dungeon master sort of way, or a regular narrator sort of way.
Like a regular narrator. I mean, I don't know.
It might be a dungeon.
Right. Well,
all right.
The next episode, it's like an hour and a half or 2 hours long, right? So we'll do that one. Next week's our last recap.
Yeah. Are we planning to do Sunday again? Is that the plan?
That's the plan.
Okay, sure. Sunday at 10, then join us again. Make sure you come back tomorrow at 9:30 p.m. Eastern to our Discord for our watch party, and then 11 for the live stream for the artist. We need to decide what we're going to do about New Year's Eve. I mean, I think it makes more sense to either do it New Year's Eve or do it Tuesday. Thing is, I don't know if anybody will come New Year's Eve. Most people probably won't. So I don't know. We'll figure it out.
Have a countdown at 12 o'clock.
Maybe. But we'll put the schedule. I'll put the schedule on Discord. We may or may not have fandom access. If we do, it's going to just be pluribus because Karen won't be there. So maybe we'll just replace that. I don't know. We'll see. Like I said, look at Discord, but we will be back tomorrow and hopefully we'll have an answer on the New Year's thing.
All right. Sorry I can't go Tuesday, but
that's okay.
I'm going to see John.
Let's see. Dustin takes up the mantle to shepherd the nerds at school. Steve, Robin, and Vicky stay good friends. Maybe.
Yeah.
Or good friends.
Goof
friends. I think he's good friends. All right, guys. Thank you for coming, everybody. And we will see you at the next one. If you don't see you, hope you have a good New Year's. And yeah.
Happy New Year, y'all.
Happy 2026, everyone.
All right. Good night, guys. Bye-bye.